Welcome to Moscow, everyone. Before we start, I'd like to introduce our gracious host, Alexander Shumsky, President of Russian Fashion Council and Mercedes-Benz Fashion Week Russia, to share a few remarks.
Hello, thank you for joining us and thank you for attending. And I would say I'm not a host. Stefan, you are the host of this session because when we started a few years ago, the Fashion Futurum Forum, it was a physical event. It was, old great days, and almost everybody who is joining us this session were participating here in Moscow. I'm staying in Moscow. But today it's a huge challenge how to make Moscow and other capitals buzzy and thrilling, and how to make the fashion industry working well. Because in my opinion, the biggest challenge now for the fashion industry is that the fashion is depending on the community and on the social networks. And when community is locked down and when everybody is sitting at home and nobody goes to the office, nobody goes to the restaurant, nobody visiting friends and family, the fashion goes down because nobody is buying new outfits. And this is sad because fashion is the most, the biggest and most practical creative industry in the world. And the fashion making the cities and the capitals bright and so on. But now it's changing, and changing very, very fast, because to sell fashion is quite complicated, and for independent designers, it's a huge challenge. And I think that the most important thing right now for the industry and for any creative industry is to inspire and to be more inspirational than more practical. Because, okay, loungewear is not an option for the business and or homeware. So this is what we do here in Moscow. We're just trying to encourage designers to be more creative and more, more inspirational for the audience. Because this audience is not ready to buy a lot right now at this moment, specifically for independent designers. But if fashion industry will keep its inspirational momentum, it will last and will come over all these challenges. And I hope that everybody here, because we have we have so many countries attended this session. We have Mr. Carl Capas from Milano, Mr. Pascal Moran from Paris, John Jorge from Lisbon, Lucilla Booyzen from South Africa, Stefan Rabima from United States, Oregon, Paul Owens from London, and I'm from Moscow. So, and thanks to the Fashion Futurum platform, we're just here all together to share our thoughts and visions, how the creative industries and the fashion particularly could survive in this stormy situation.
Thank you, Alexander. While we cannot gather in Russian capital in person, Moscow serves as a digital meeting point for our panelists, who represent 6 great cities across 3 continents. So I already know that we will see some complexity and rich possibilities implied in our very own title of this session: Fashion, Design, and Art of the Future, rewiring the creative power of the world capitals. But before I introduce our esteemed panelists, I'd like to invite you to another city for a moment in your imagination, and that is Damascus. Damascus is considered the oldest capital city in the world. Its documented presence dates back 11,000 years. It is, for me, mind-boggling to think about all the things people and changes this city has seen over the course of that time. Major empires rose and fell. Old gods were replaced by new religions. Through Damascus, the famous Silk Road found its way from China to the Mediterranean and changed the history of fashion forever. Of course, then we cue in the internet and the Instagram was invented. Historic milestones mark the life of any city. Cities change with the times, but capitals always attract contemporary movers and shakers, people with vision and ambition. Capitals also dictate style. Today, we get to explore how the global pandemic has affected the fashion map and where could fashion enthusiasts go next, both metaphorically and literally. Let me introduce our expert guides. From Moscow, Alexander Shumsky, president of Russian Fashion Council. From Paris, Pascal Moran, president of Fédération de la Haute Couture de la Mode. From Milan, Carlo Capassa, president of Camera Nazionale della Moda Italiana. From Lisbon, Juana Jorge, project manager of Moda Lisboa and Lisboa Fashion Week. From Johannesburg, Lucilla Booyzen, founder and CEO of South African Fashion Week. And from London, Paul Owens, director of BOP Consulting and World Cities Culture Forum. Around the world in 80 days used to be a major fun accomplishment. With everybody's expertise here, I think we can get around the world in about 80 questions or less. I will start by asking one question to each of you, to each of the panelists, before proceeding to an open discussion. However, if anyone has additional insights to share on a raised topic, please feel free to contribute in the moment. My first question is for Paul Owens. To help set the scene for us in your work with the World Cities Culture Forum, what impact do you see of the pandemic on world's culture and urban centers?
Thank you very much, Stefan, and also Alexander, for your kind words of welcome. It's a great pleasure to be amongst you all. It's a pity we can't actually be in Moscow itself. As you mentioned, one of the things I do is I act as a director of the World Cities Culture Forum. We're a network of 40 of the world's biggest global cities, including Moscow, by the way. I'm very pleased to have them involved. So if I just gave you an overview, I would say that the impact has been somewhere between bad and catastrophic on those cities generally, but particularly on the cultural and creative sector. And the figure I would say, what we have to sort of keep in mind, and it varies a little bit across the world. So for example, cities in East Asia, as we know, some of which haven't experienced lockdown at all, or in China where they basically came out of lockdown in May, and also some cities in the Middle East who have controlled it quite well. I mean, for most cities, it's really a terrible thing. And the figure I sort of have in my head that I keep on hearing is basically this year, you're 80% down in terms of your cultural activity, your cultural revenues. Yeah. And you've got to remember that most big global cities, if you think about their cultural business model, if you like, the cultural business model is based on a very, very high volume of people experiencing culture, mostly in the center of the city. You've got a very, very high throughput of people. And then you're dependent on this very large, complex, local, regional, international supply chain or ecosystem of service workers, creative talent, all kinds of things. And of course, what the pandemic's done from a public health and an economic lockdown point of view is it's basically shut down the flow of visitors. And that's had a huge impact on the actual atmosphere and the life and the sort of feel of the cities. It's been really interesting, hasn't it? For those of us, I mean, I live in London, as you say. It's really interesting that you understand the importance of culture and creativity in your city by its absence, you know, just because of just the flatness and the blandness of your existence in a city. That sort of intangible feel, that atmosphere, just disappears, and it makes you realize how important it is. So there's an impact on that side of things. there's obviously a huge economic impact. But I think the other thing this is really sort of thrown into relief, and I think this is very relevant to the discussion today about fashion, is just how important the kind of supply chains and the ecosystems are. And of course, once you have that huge drop in revenues coming, from the consumer, that has an instant impact. I mean, literally within days, that has an impact on the economic condition of the ecosystem. And one of the things that we're finding in London and in the UK generally is, even though the government obviously moved very quickly, and we've got both a sort of general support package for businesses, and we've also got a cultural recovery fund. Sometimes that recovery money finds it quite difficult to get through the ecosystem to the individual creative worker. So I'm sorry to paint such a negative picture, and I know this conversation needs to move on to more positive things and inspiring things, as Alexander says, but I think we have to be honest with ourselves that this is a major hit.
Throughout today's panel, we'll get to hear a couple more perspective about this question. But first, I'm curious, and this is a question for Alexander Shumsky. How has the accelerated digitalization of 2020 influenced major fashion platforms such as the Mercedes-Benz Fashion Week Russia and the Fashion Futurum Forum? If you can share your insights with that.
Actually, we digitalized everything, and everything has the digital approach, and this is not a bad thing, I would say. And if we come back to the normal life in upcoming 12 months, we will keep all this digital experience up, and we will use it, because it makes everything we do here in Moscow, it makes it more international, because we broadcast everything from Moscow, from the Fashion Week, Global Talents Program, and so on. We broadcast everywhere globally in 40 countries. And it gives the international appeal. I think that everything we do now in Moscow became more international this year, much more than it was, 5 years ago, 1 year ago. And this is a good point. I'm trying always to extract something good from the existing situation. And the digital platforms are working quite well, and even for independent, unknown brands, it's a proper way to communicate to the audience. That's the point.
Juana, I'm curious about the Portuguese experience of this question. Can you share your insights about the accelerated digitalization of 2020? And the impact on your fashion platform?
Yes, hello everyone. This period, of course, was very challenging for everyone. I think there was a strong time that everybody was at home. There was this clear idea of lonelitude, of being stuck at home, but also trying to connect against all odds, trying to connect with each other. And that, I think, left us all with the strongest sense of community. And I think that is something that is positive from a positive outcome from the situation. Regarding our project specifically, Moda Lisboa it is a local project. Of course, we have an international impact, but we try to promote fashion in a broader sense and in a good perspective. So we were lucky enough in Portugal to be able to deliver our event in a physical manner and in a digital way, because from the beginning we were aware that to touch people and to move people in fashion digitally is so challenging. And it's what we were talking about, everything becomes flat. All of a sudden, as an audience, you're just scrolling between videos. You end one content and you begin another, and it becomes something very flat, very one way. And we need, I think, there is a challenge here for fashion, that we need to make the digital experience something that is more engaging and that it's more in two directions, not only one end. So as a Fashion Week, we were able to, of course, have a strong deliver online and on the digital platforms. We reinvented ourselves online. I think most of the Fashion Weeks had to experience that in the last season, but we were lucky enough to deliver physical moments, and we had our designers presenting in gardens, outdoors. So it was for us a moment to consider the system around us and to think what were the right solutions for the challenges we are facing nowadays. So we thought if we can make smaller presentations, we can impact less people physically, but we can make that experience into something that is memorable and that people can take with them for afterwards. And so that was really how we managed the event. Physical, much smaller, but more special, and I think that is the way to go forward. And online, make it different, look at it in a different way. You have to involve other creatives, and you have to think about online and how you stream and how you touch people in a different way. And that is, I think, going to be a challenge for the next following seasons, because I think fashion needs to create new attributes for the digital experience, and that is something that, as a community, we will see that, we will deliver that, but it will be a growing process, I think.
Thank you, Joanna. And I'll come back to ask others about their impact and the experiences. But first, I have to ask my next question of Pascal Moran. Paris has come to symbolize fashion in our collective imagination. In what ways does the city continue to serve as the world's fashion muse, particularly given the challenges of the pandemic?
Well, I don't know if we still work as a muse, but we do our best to be ourselves. And as Paul said, I mean, creative industries, cultural and creative industries are the salt and the spice and crucial part of the life of the urban culture and the life of cities, and also with creativity and innovation. And what happened is that we all of us, we had to react very quickly. We had to innovate very quickly. So for us, our challenge was to create, of course, a platform and an amplification system which would be like a gathering place and also a broadcasting entity with the amplification system again, but like with the same values, the same principles, meaning the same selectivity, meaning also on what we did on this platform with the magazine, with events, crossing cultural activities, partnering with museums, so concerts, etc., meaning reproducing the world, our identity on the platform, just talking about that specifically. Now the question is that, of course, as Joanna said, this is not, there is a need of finding another, of transferring, communicating an emotion in a different way. And we know that anyway, whatever happens, when things get back, this is not the same time, the vision is not the same. The nature of the physiological emotion and sensorial experience is not the same in the digital sphere. But in other words, we can also say that what happened because we had no choice, we had to innovate. Would that have happened otherwise, let's say, if things had been normal? Yes, it would have. There has been a true and very quick acceleration. So in a way, my vision of things is that we fully entered in the 21st century. And then another question, getting back to your question, not on specific on the platform, the 21st century, there will be like a complementarity of the physical in-person experiences and the digital experiences. And now cities and the players, the actors of the cities, more globally than fashion, need also to innovate and to appropriate things, because living with our times for fashion and creative industries means also that we cannot rely upon heritage and let's say in the case of Paris, the big cultural and cosmopolitan tradition. We have to introduce that, and also the fact that it has been for quite a time the capital of fashion. For make it last, the important point is just to be yourself, but to innovate and to use the digital as a tool and not as a constraint, knowing that we will not get back, and that might be another question, but we will not get back to the former situation. But for sure now, we will even, and we know what's happening, we are glad to talk with each other. It's great to talk with each other by Zoom, and it's a great idea, Alexander, and thank you again. But we would like so much to be with each other now. And that's the same thing, especially for creative people and for artists and applied arts, fashion being also an applied art and not only a business. So there will be the wish to get back again in the in-person world, which we feel so strongly. It is so difficult now for people not going, even the decision was made in Paris now. It will not be possible to go to museum and cultural station as the way it was planned the December 15th. It will not be possible just to talk and to work with each other and to imagine projects in bars and so many places when the people gather. But let's say we have to hold it and to be herself and to be forward and positive. And this is, I think, what all the designers, many designers behave that way, are just proactive and kicking forward. And this is what we want to be to the future. Even if the future is somehow different, it will be a cocktail of the past and of what we're experiencing now.
Thank you, Pascal. We are aware that culture doesn't happen in a vacuum. Camera Nazionale della Moda Italiana is one of the most internationally engaged governing bodies in the industry. It partners with other national platforms to promote international designers. Think of the existing partnership with Moscow, Budapest, and other cities. Carlo, what motivates you to pursue these partnerships?
Okay, here we are.
No worries,
sorry.
You're back.
I think that fashion is a community. I believe that when fashion is strong everywhere. And what we have to help is to promote the right idea, the culture of fashion. We have to educate people to fashion. So I believe that this works better when we are, I would say, we are more close to each other. We share ideas, we share emotion, we share everything. I believe that fashion is looking more for talent and creativity. And talent, creativity doesn't have any border. It's like an open source for everybody. Obviously, what we have to keep together is the basic values. And the basic values are that fashion of the future, for me, must be for sure an open source, but must be sustainable, must be respecting the difference, because this is very important today, and must be for sure digital, physical, and for sure we have to think that we have a big responsibility, because young generation, they look at fashion like a system that influences very much the society. There was a research recently made in the United States that said that 64% 4%, I think, of the people buying fashion, they believe the fashion can do more on a social aspect than a government. This is incredible. This means that we have an incredible power. And this, we have to know how to use it. And the only way to use it is to use it as a community, to share values, to share ideas, and to share projects all together. Everybody with his own point of view, of course. Paris is different than Milan and London and New York, and any city is different. But we have still to think that we have a big responsibility, that we have to be very aligned together on the bottom side.
Thank you for that insight. And of course, I have to ask Lucilla about the South African Fashion Week experience. What are some of the unexpected challenges and surprising opportunities of building a competitive fashion presence on a global industry map? Mrs. Booyzen, are you with us?
Good day, everybody.
No worries. If you need me to repeat the question, don't hesitate.
I'm fine. I'm absolutely fine. So yes, just good day, everybody. And I feel really honored to be part of such a distinguished group of a panel. Thank you very much, Alexander. So what we've done in South Africa is very different to any of the other big cities. And we've developed our own sort of system in South Africa, of course. So from the beginning, we were very digitally advanced, so to speak. So the moment we could go onto digital platforms, that is what we've done in South Africa and with the South African Fashion Week. So the past season, we showed the collections of 26 designers. We shot it, and then we did a preview evening where we broadcasted it through a company called CompuTicket, which is a company that sells tickets to moviegoers or to shows. We from there released it on various platforms over 3 months. So we were able to take an event that lasted 4 days with a little bit of a run up in the beginning and at the end, and we turned that into a 3-month footprint, global footprint, which was incredibly exciting. And with that, we managed to get spotlighted by various international communities, and it also challenged the designers. They had to sort of look at bigger and better ways to collaborate. They had to start working with the talent around them, and how they could fuse their designs. They developed new businesses, because they started selling on Instagram and Facebook, which was really fantastic. They learned to connect with their consumers, which is something they never thought was really that important. And they learned, most of all, to weave stories into their social media reporting. They found new ways of working within the limitations, because they had to start printing their own fabrics. And that resulted in an enormous input of culture, because obviously they had to tap into their own culture. And they connected with our natural fabrics. And in South Africa, we have mohair, of course, is very big. Wool is very big. We've got cotton. So yes, the designers were really challenged, but they came out stars. And we generated, just to give you an idea, 326 million rands worth of publicity for our rollout in 3 months. So although, of course, the pandemic was devastating, we see incredible positivity coming out. We can start building our local industry. People are looking at their communities. They're looking at sustainability. They're looking at doing things in a different way. So for us, it is almost on a fashion side, and I can only speak about the fashion side of it, that the positivity that came out of this in building local brands reflecting the culture of South Africa outweighs I would like to say, the pandemic.
Thank you so much. And I'm curious, I'm coming back to Alexander, based on the example of Moscow, how does fashion as an experience and as an industry influence a city's cultural and physical landscape?
I think, last 3 years, Moscow was transforming and focusing on local designers. And Moscow was always a capital of international fashion, I would say, of capital of shopping. But local designers became very, very important, 5-7 years ago. And 3 years ago, shops were opening around showrooms and so on. But now, all activities, of course, they are happening online. And the fashion is still a very important part of the city and very, a part of visual identity of the city still. And even more now, because the fashion designers and fashion brands, they're quite active online in social networks and so on. And they distribute a lot of visions and they distribute a lot of content, and they became even more visually exposed in 2020 comparing to previous years. And this is not bad, but hopefully it would help them to survive and to work better, and the designers, and this is the point. But on the other hand, I think economically, of course, it's a disaster and it's a challenging time for independent designers particularly. But in the future, I hope it would be much more easy to establish, business and to develop business in the city when lockdown is over and so on, because economically, the rent pricing is down. A lot of things which are actually bad for economy could be a starting point for fashion brands, I hope. So, and the fashion is still, very, very vibrating industry in Moscow, and fashion designers are very active, and young designers are very active. A lot of sustainable designers appeared on the market in this year. So it's quite, I hope it's going to be positive.
Thank you, Alexander. And I do appreciate the rising optimism as speakers, as each of you gets a chance to speak. Culture lies at the heart of urban renewal and innovation. Paul, how has fashion impacted the potential future of urban culture?
I think very significantly. I just very quickly like to pick up on a point that Alexander made there as well, if I can, before I move on to your question, which
Please.
is that I think, obviously the big economic hit that these big cities are taking is a disaster in the short term, but it also does open up very interesting opportunities. And if we just take one of the things he mentioned there, which is just the whole idea of what we do with, physical spaces and buildings in our cities. Yeah, the general model for urban development over the past, 40, 50 years has been very, very focused on real estate, on physical development, on essentially getting capital infrastructure into your city. And that's actually had the effect in lots of cities of pushing out creativity, of pushing out culture and creativity. In our World Cities Forum, we have a program called Making Space for Culture, where we've tried to look at this phenomenon and we've tried to kind of suggest strategies that the creative sector can adopt with mayors and with developers on how to deal with this. And I think what we're looking at post-pandemic in lots of cities is a chance to kind of redefine how we use these spaces and how we use these buildings, and and this is where creative and culture will come into its own. where you get, where you're going to have situations where you've got people who own land and property where they won't know what to do with it. Well, there will not be a demand for some of the sorts of spaces we have in the center of our cities. Guess what? There's going to be really interesting opportunities to do things with the cultural and creative sector. And I think that, there's a great book, isn't there? I don't know whether you've all read this. It's called The Warhol Economy by Elizabeth Currid. It's basically the story of how New York rose to become a kind of global cultural capital in the sort of 60s and 70s. And that story really is about access to cheap space in lower Manhattan. Yeah. And I think we're looking at a sort of a chance for that kind of thing to happen across our cities. But just to sort of come back to your question and address fashion in particular, and just pick up on some of the points other people have said, I think that what's extraordinary about fashion as a cultural activity, as a cultural sector, is just the way it sort of blends tangible and intangible activity, the way it blends creativity and business. And I think it's sort of, the thing about fashion is it kind of touches everything in a city. It touches, people's everyday lives, their sort of culture in an anthropological sense, what they decide to wear, how they decide to sort of identify themselves. But of course, it's a hugely important part of the commercial life of a city and the behavioral patterns of people doing shopping and all this kind of thing. So I think fashion will be an important part of that cultural drive to reinvent our cities. And I think, as Carlo was implying there, I think that fashion can also help to drive progressive, creative ideas about how we live our lives and how we want to develop our cities in the future.
Thank you. And I want everybody to think about the following question while I introduce it. What will fashion shows look like in the future? But first, let me say a couple words. Of course, the show must go on, and this too shall pass. Of course, someone has to be in charge of optimism here. Fashion has always functioned as a litmus test for global social trends. Are the hems going up or down? The belts, are they loosening or tightening? How broad are the shoulders for the current weight of the world? After months of coronavirus lockdowns, the importance of living in the present got us power dressing from waist up and easing into comfort fabrics 24/7. The future is unpredictable, and the bridges to the way things were have truly burned. The current retail crisis has brought a more in-depth understanding on how loudly the fashion system is pleading for dramatic change. We are increasingly aware of the need to minimize waste, provide fair employment opportunities with livable wages, and of course, prioritize sustainability across the entire design process. So back to my question, what will fashion shows look like in the future? Lucilla?
We start.
I absolutely, thank you, Pascal, sorry. I absolutely agree with you, Stefan. Every single line you've said. But in South Africa, I believe that we're going to carry on as normal, but with more responsibility and with awareness of sustainability. We will spend less and reach more. We will show less and view more. We will charge less and sell more to the consumers or to consumers that actually care. And on a sponsorship side, we will form long-term relationship with brands that align themselves with the South African Fashion Week's philosophy.
Pascal?
I think that for sure, the visual experience cannot replace the in-person experience for the reason I've said and we've said. So the three-dimensional vision is not the same, although there are quite a number of progress which is made in virtualization, notably augmented reality, etc. So, I mean, it's clear that that two aspects which are intertwined. The one is, let's say, the fashion fashion as an applied communicative art, and the other thing is business. So all this is connected. But concerning the Fashion Week itself, for instance, for all Fashion Week or Couture Week, there is no let's say, what I mean is that the experience is absolutely crucial, and the idea is it's not necessarily, fashion is not necessarily always an art. Fashion is an art when it is done by an artist. But let's say there is a drive to make an artistic scenography, the notion of total work of art and so on, and then it depends on the money. It's not the same thing for the young designer, the emerging brands, or the big brands. And this will keep on anyhow. But then the point is that as soon as you talk about a total work of art, then or scenography, it's exactly when we went from the theater to the cinema here. It really includes the whole scene. So brands, including young brands, because when they have money enough and they can also rely upon a great community of young artists also, they will try, let's say, to optimize the communication and the creative communication. The point is that the idea of being somewhere, the notion of being physically somewhere, it seems not to matter so much when you live in a digital era. But on the contrary, you have a balance. So the idea of being there, seeing there, and sharing that, exactly like in a rock concert. You can have Travis Scott is not rock, but you can have a concert with Travis Scott on Fortnite, but it doesn't prevent the fact of the great pleasure of so many people to give Travis Scott really on the stage. And this will continue. Then the format can change, as Lucilla said, the format can change, but it will continue. But the digital aspect, which will be appropriate. There is one thing which is important, which is to break fake news. There has been this attack and this critique sometimes on the fact that fashion weeks are not good, or fashion is not fashion is a very bad industry in terms of the second industry in terms of pollution, etc., and that fashion weeks are not good in terms of environmental damages. And this is just fake news. But we have no time to...
I do have to cut it here.
Yeah, I know.
Only because I have to give a fair chance for Carlo and Juana to add their responses.
One word, Stefan. I perfectly understand. One word to say that this is something we have to take care. So this is what we work, and we are not the only one to work, on the eco-design of Fashion Week and scenography. And this matters also for the digital aspects. I'm over.
No, I appreciate that. Juana, if you can, in the next 15 to 20 seconds, add anything that you would like additional to what has been said.
I agree with the words of Pascal. I think the fashion, the human and the physical aspect of the fashion presentations and still relevant. I think we have to rediscover for whom we are delivering the fashion shows. And I think fashion has an opportunity. It is, as none of the other culture areas, fashion brings disciplines together, and it joins technology and gaming and video and music together. So I think in a way the fashion show of the future, it has to be something that is more cultural. It has to be vibrant. It has to bring different audiences together, but there is a lot of space to create new formats. So I think it is a challenging but exciting times that we're going to live.
And Carlo, any words to add to this very insightful?
Yeah. I think something important. We started 2 years ago. We were in the Fashion Week. There was only people from the business. The show was for 500, 800,000 people maximum. So it was very, very specific. And from this pandemic, we learned to use digital For us, this last Fashion Week, we had 45 million of view on the streaming of our fashion shows. That is an incredible numbers, from 800 to 45 million watching one show. So there is a big, big change. And obviously the audience is changed. Now is the fashion community, the consumers. What will be after that? We cannot forget that fashion is touch and feel, and I think that will be always very important. We cannot forget that we open a door to talk with the fashion community and with the consumers. Probably in the future, those two doors will be a little bit different. Probably we will have some moments that will be dedicated to the audience, big audience, and some other moments that will be dedicated, like the Fashion Week, as we are used to, more dedicated to the fashion people, to the trade. So I think that those two moments, they could be a little bit together, but with the different direction. We have to learn from this situation, to melt what it happened, and to create something new. But I think we are going naturally in that way.
Alexander, you get the last word with this specific question, unless you think everything has been said.
I think everything was said and all topics were raised, and I totally agree with Pascal, Carlo, Joanna, Lucilla, and Paul. And I would say that from our experience, we did the physical event in October in Moscow. It was not like we did before in the huge venue and so on. We did it tiny with the social distancing, sanitary protocol and so on, and it was mostly for online broadcasting. But the biggest challenge was to reduce the number of attendees, because there were so many people trying to sneak into the shows that I'm absolutely persuaded that the fashion weeks will be the same just in a couple of seasons or right next season after lockdown and after pandemics is over. So, so I think because the physical contact will be never replaced by digital tools. And for the fashion, it's very important to be exposed physically, not only, virtually. So I think this is the point. And for the, exploring the cities, the physical events are very, very important. And the physical connections are very, very important. And that's why we're still working on our events. Thank you.
Thank you. And I want to leave you all with this quotation from Irina Bokova, the Director General of UNESCO. A human-centered city is a culture-centered space. Thank you so much for all our panelists for creating amazing culture-centered spaces in your cities and on your continents. Thank you, Alexander, for hosting us. Very much appreciated.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Take care and goodbye.
We are starting our session.
Yeah.
Max, are we starting?
Daniel, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, yeah.
Start, please.
Okay, so hello everybody. My name is Daniel Perez. I'm the founder of Waterboy, a consultancy specialized on helping brands to talk the discourse of the 21st century and to reach the consumer of the 21st century. Today we have a session with 4 experts on the area of buying, and everybody. Hi, everybody. Thank you very much for being here today. My name is Daniel Perez. I'm the founder of Waterboy, a consultancy agency or project helping brands to speak the language of the discourse of the language of the 21st century, also helping brands to reconnect or connect with their consumer in the 21st century. Today we have 4 panelists with a lot of experience and on their fields, focus especially on concept stores, showrooms, buying, and are here to help us, for you designers, to understand more what are the tricks or what are the needs that you need to take into consideration when trying to knock doors on showrooms or concept stores to sell your product B2B. I think that today's session is going to be focusing generally on those tips
good morning for me, good afternoon, I think, for most of you. My name is Pierre Rougier. I'm live in New York as part of Fashion Futurum Forum. We're having a live session to discuss a vast topic, which is an invitation to dream. So I started a company called PR Consulting in New York 23 years ago. We specialized originally mainly in fashion public relations at the time. It was it's a little old-fashioned now, but that's what we were. And we've built a company now in New York and in Paris that represents a lot of fashion designers. Among them, Raf Simons or Dries van Noten or Marine Serre and many others. We've been working with Nicolas Gesquière for now 20 years in various houses. So, but we can discuss that later. I would like for each of you to introduce yourselves, and then we'll start a conversation where I think you're going to ask questions and we'll make it lively. So I'm going to start on my screen with Timo. Introduce yourself.
Yeah, thank you so much for having us all today. My name is Timo and I'm a visual artist. I'm based here in Germany, in Munich. And yeah, you may know me for my collaborations with brands such as Valentino, Burberry, or Zara. And yeah, I'm mainly posting my work on Instagram, but I also started an agency called The Gates. And yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Siddharth, sorry. We can't hear you. Siddharth, we can't hear you. Shall I go to Paola, maybe, and then see with Siddhartha the sound?
Hello, everyone. Thank you for having me. I'm Paola, and I'm a digital and 3D artist. I'm currently based in Italy. I work both exhibiting my art globally, but also I work for more commercial projects on commissions. Yes.
Florentina?
Hello, my name is Florentina Leitner. I just graduated from the Antwerp Royal Academy of Fine Arts after I got a job as a women's wear designer at Dries van Noten. Where I now recently quit because I want to focus on starting up my own brand because I got a lot of buyers from several shops coming in and want to focus now mainly on that. So, yeah.
Alexander?
Hi, everyone. My name is Alex. My cousin and I, we created our fashion little brand in 2016, and we're still on. Yeah, happy for us. So
bravo for that.
Yeah, thank you very much. Okay, we are focusing on minimalism actually, and we try to introduce something fresh in our cold Russian winter. Thank you.
Okay, and then Paula?
Hi, everyone. Thank you. So my name is Paula Ulari, and I'm a 22 years old fashion designer from Madrid. As Florentina, I have just graduated from university, but these past years I've been more investigating sustainable textiles, and the past collection that I worked, that is like the main collection, I created pieces where nature grow into the textiles, and with that collection I've been published in many magazines as Forbes and others, and right now I'm leading a research project here in Madrid with a group of designers also to create innovative, sustainable textiles.
Okay. Well, thank you all for being here. So I think maybe we start with a question from one of you, and then we, have a conversation, right? Siddharth, do you have volume now? Do you have sound? Sorry, I forgot you. Sorry.
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Oh, there you go. Yes.
Hi, so nice to meet you, everyone, and sorry for the interruption. I'm Siddharth from New Delhi, India. and I work for a sustainable brand, which mainly revolve around a lot of upcycling, recycling, and craft mainly. So my philosophy is mainly to have enough things around you to create something, and maybe we can go back to something pure in future. So yeah, that's about it. Thanks.
Okay. So Sid, you close, now you're going to open Siddharth. What's your question? Do you have a question for me that I can answer, and then we're going to start that way?
Yeah, so as all our brands are coming from different countries, how do we approach international platform, or let's say, how to get recognized globally within, within going through a traditional way? Like, what are the process of getting into global PR?
Yeah, we go right into a very large question, obviously. It's complicated. I think the beauty of the time we live in is that you can actually do it. Local has become global, and vice versa. So the difference from many years ago from the traditional system is you have at your fingertips a lot of opportunities to communicate with the world. I think the two things I can say which always work is be singular, do something that really, really sets you apart, where you live, that really represents what you do, where you are, for a community that's close to you, because a community that's close to you is a community that's going to be able to expand your network globally. And I think that's something that, is really, I think, to me, fascinating now, is when you can, from New Delhi, from Moscow, from Madrid, from wherever you are, if you start by addressing really your community, your peers, wherever you are, and you have to identify them because you have usually a singular voice, and that singular voice is usually heard by first people around you. Those people around you are going to expand the circle. I think it's a little bit like an old-fashioned way, but now you have a global network called, we know what it's called. Yeah. We know what they're called. Yeah. But I really think that first stick to who you are, where you are. Really, don't start thinking about, is it going to resonate on the other side of the world? You cannot start thinking too much about this. I think you're much better served thinking about what informs who you are, what you do locally, and talk to the people who are similar to you. These people have networks. These networks grow, grow, grow. And I think it usually reaches someone, who will have a larger voice and will put you on a larger platform, and so on it goes. Usually when I started the work I do, you were desperate to get like one fashion editor's attention somehow, one way or another. Now, everybody is a fashion editor pretty much. So, but really just stick to what really makes you who you are, where you are. That's to me the key of being an interesting voice that the rest of the world will want to hear. Because, fashion is looking for a way to express also diversity, and this diversity comes from voices that express themselves from where they are. So I think it's a very important way to do it. I think, Florentina, you have a question, or you wanted to add something? Yes.
Yeah, about this topic of that you need to start where you are. Nowadays, we have like all these platforms like Instagram, where you already can see your statistics and where your audience is. And what would you recommend when your audience, for example, I'm from Vienna, Austria, actually. I moved now to Antwerp, and I saw my main audience is actually in England, London. So what do you think? Do you recommend like young designers to move to a bigger city? Because I always have the feeling like everyone is like pushing young designers, you need to move to bigger cities like New York, London, Paris. But I feel also quite comfortable in Antwerp at the moment, and especially with like this whole pandemic situation going on. I don't feel ready to move yet, but I also see that my audience is more in different cities. So I thought it fits with this global question. So what are your thoughts about it?
I mean, I'm going to go very basic. You have various examples, in the cities where you come from. Vienna, we have at least one designer that stands out that came from Vienna, and
Helmut Lang.
Helmut,
yeah.
Obviously, and then Antwerp is not a bad place either to start, a fashion platform. We have a few of those in Antwerp. So, going back and most of the designers from Antwerp have stayed in Antwerp, except for those who took contracts around the world for, other houses. I think more and more, if your audience is in London, that doesn't mean you have to be in London. You can cater to or talk to an audience in London and express, yourself to them via all the social media platforms that are available to you. I think what you can do also, and I think that's really important, is have a dialogue with the communities that are over there, and then start forming a dialogue with them where they can disseminate their vision of where you are. I think there's a network of creatives that you can reach through the communities that are local to your audience, whether they are in Antwerp, if you live in Antwerp, or in London, even if you're based in Antwerp. And I think I see, and it's certainly not new to all of you, but to me, I think it being more and more a way of spreading your message or your vision is you have a local community of creative people. And if you let them, where your community is, if you let them take a hold of your work, play with it, work with it, allow it, then it grows that way as well. And that's the beauty of social media, with all the horror of it. There's a lot of beauty to it. Is you can find in London, look at all these people that probably follow your work or are interested in your work, see their work, look at their work if there's creative people, talk to them, engage with them, have them do something with you, and then you create that network over there. And then you're part of a creative network as well as just not just an audience. Does that make sense? I don't know. You guys know probably more than I do. Yeah.
No, totally. I have now a PR agency in London who's making them kind of my shoots there, and that's also probably why my audience is there also bigger at the moment.
Yeah, hopefully.
Yes.
that would prove that a PR agency can be useful sometimes. That's good.
Exactly. And then sorry if someone else wants to ask now something, but you can go forward. But one more question would be for you, because as you're having this great PR agency, what is something when you see new designers which are applying for your agency, what is something that catches your eye? What is something that makes you, what convinces you to take them into your PR?
I think it goes back to what I was telling Siddharth earlier. I think I started working very early in fashion, a little randomly, but somehow with designers or houses that had a very, very, very strong identity. I worked with, first of all, a house of Hermes, which, was not a fashion house, but, and then I worked with Yohji Yamamoto in the 80s, and I worked with Martin Margiela when he started. So that shaped, because I didn't have such an informed vision on fashion, that shaped my vision on fashion, which was that, fashion houses and the aesthetics that they put out to the world or to the outside are a little world onto themselves, and which is an identity that is theirs, and theirs truly, and theirs deeply. And, when you work with Yohji Yamamoto, especially at the time, you were not really, let's put it this way, you were not exactly allowed to wear a, printed flower shirt, unless, Yohji had decided that a printed flower shirt was acceptable that season, but you were pretty much in black, and you wore a white shirt, and that was that, so there was that was the aesthetic. But then everything that was behind it was completely driven by that vision, that there was a way to present yourself to the world that informed a lot of things about yourself. So I come from that, and when I see a designer or a house, and I shouldn't say I, because I have partners. I have my partner here, Sylvie Piquet-Damem, who has the same background as mine, and a partner in Paris called Nathalie Ours, who worked for Yohji Yamamoto for 18 years. So we all have that same kind of way of looking at it. It's like, is there a kind of world that house, that vision, that creative person carries with themselves, that we can easily plug into some communication tools? You know, if you have to invent the whole thing, that's a different proposition, and we can do that as well, but that's called a branding exercise on a product. If you have someone that comes to you as a designer or as a creative person, then you have to see how that vision can easily, you know, automatically, I don't know, edit what works and what doesn't work for it. You know, when I worked with Martin Margiela at that time, or when you work with Nicolas Gesquière, or there are things, their world, their vision is so clear or so powerful that things come to you as a PR agency or as a media relation agency, and you very quickly see, no, obviously not. You know, and that kind of like for us informs a little bit how we see an identity, a very strong point of view, etc. So it's a little vague as an answer, but because it's not just a matter of taste. You know, if it was only, you know, what me and the partners in the agency or the senior people in the show or the junior people in the agency for that matter, what we like to wear or not, then that would limit very much, you know, what we can do. So there has to be more than that, and it is usually some sort of a feeling that there's a world there, there's a universe or a little universe that travels with that person or with this group of people or with that, you know, vision. So it's a little vague, but that's what I can say. So Siddharth, I go back to your answer, to your question. It really is something that has to inform who you are, where you are, and that's really, to me, the basis of everything.
Okay.
I'm gonna go, I can't remember the order in which I started. So Paola, you want to start to ask a question?
Yeah, so my question would be from a very, I'm a freelancer, digital artist. I make digital models as well for the fashion industry. And so my question would be from my perspective, because often young, like recent graduates, young artists and freelancers like myself are very trend aware and even cutting edge often, but it's hard for us to catch the attention of big brands. And you obviously work for a lot of them. And I would like to know how, if you see that in future, the process of these big brands working with like individuals like us would be more easier, more fluid, and also more inclusive, because usually like the fashion world feels very exclusive even with who brands work with. So I wonder if soon this will change a bit.
I think, okay, my answer might be more wishful thinking than a manifestation of the truth or the reality. But I think what's happening is, and if you want to talk about the big brands, I guess you talk about the mammoth, the big, like, you know, with a lot of means and a lot of firepower. I think the world has forced those brands to be way more inclusive of the voices to or the expression of the countries, the communities, the people they're trying to talk to, and by talk to I mean sell something to. Huh? We're all clear. So, but I think, and I think this is opening the door for absolutely a lot of opportunities for young, creative, new talents to make their way in, because there is a thirst for in all those houses, in all this, like, and small and big, but in those the large brands have a thirst for local voices, real voices that represent a certain community creatively, not just writing, but creatively, that propose, that have offers and that can have propositions that were interesting to them. So, but again, the way usually you catch the attention of a lot of larger brands is through the work you do with smaller brands. It's always the same thing, is, you know, because very often a small brand has less constraints and has a clearer, very much more direct kind of, you know, creative impact. They have less to contend with. So that's usually why big brands look at the smaller brands, because there's something there that you can express there that you can express through a larger brands. But so that's to me the way in is continue with your local community and the ones that are yours and that are friends and that, you know, allow you to have a clearer, less polluted, you know, expression of your vision, because less constraints, less commercial constraints, less, you know, ethical constraints in terms of what the ethos of the brand itself is, etc. So I would be, you know, that's your way in. But yeah, there's a way in. Timo, you want to go? Sorry, I'm talking too much, so we're gonna have to go ahead, Timo.
Yeah, actually, when I did my research about you, all the names come up, the most powerful specialist in PR and things like this. So I'm wondering, actually, my question is very personal. Let's assume you could go back in time to when you're 20 or even 25. What would you give yourself as an advice? What would you do different, or what's the advice?
Hello.
I don't think too much of what I would do different, because then I can't do anything different. But I would just say, you know, don't trust your instinct. That's what I would say. Trust your instinct. Your instincts are usually right. If you listen to, if you can have a clear voice into yourself or a clear ear into your inner voice, your instincts are usually right. That's what I would tell myself, and I would tell to everyone. Does that answer your question? Yeah. All right. We're gonna, Alexander, you want to ask a question?
Yes, I would like to ask you, we're all talking about the local market that we have to focus on right now, you know, after post-COVID time, and because this market is more important to us right now than global, right? Because our customer is near you, right? Than, you know, in the other country or city. And that's why, and now I would like to ask you about how to make our best to find, you know, some investment or finance or this kind of stuff. Money, it's all about money. To produce something, you know, you have to have money to do this, to deliver to the customer, to sell it at the end of this. So my question is, what's the, you know, several ways to find this investment?
Ooh.
I know it's kind of big, but just, you know, couple words about
that is not really my strong suit, I must say. I've been known to be the one who, you know, tells them how to spend the money more than how to. No, I mean, I'm joking. That's usually how media agencies are perceived. Oh, they just like, you know, want to spend money. I don't know. I think there's so many scenarios. I think it's, again, stand out where you are, stand out in your community. And when I say, you know, to go back and to Florentina's, you know, when I say your community, maybe it's not local, but it's the community that locally is following you on your social media, if it's not geographically local. So I think that's really your best opportunity, because somewhere in there's going to be someone who looks and says like, wow, this is a powerful voice there. So someone's going to come and look, and hopefully someone will want to penetrate with you this community, or you will be a vehicle to something and they want to invest. That's usually I go back to really focusing on what's at your fingertip and your grasp, and then hopefully the financing part is such a crapshoot.
Sorry.
No. It's listen. It's the basic question of how you keep it going. Huh? I have one. Paula, you have one question. I haven't had a chance to ask you a question. Paula, you want? Yeah.
Yeah, I'm on. Okay, it was more also a curiosity, in fact, because in my case, for example, sustainability is like the main value of what I try to create and design. And knowing that you have worked for such powerful brands, would you say that sustainability is truly being taken into account these days, that there's a change, or that maybe there's some brands that are actually starting to implement sustainability as part of their brand image?
I'm going to tell you something about sustainability, which I think is really something that I'm discovering more and more. Whether big brands, big companies, believe it or not, it's kind of, it's grown out of something similar to activism, right? So, and the big brands, whether they believe it or not, if the voice is loud enough and it affects the customer enough, they'll do it. So my answer to this is, don't question the motives, whether they want to do it or not. Just make sure, because you're the generation that's going to push it, make sure that your voice is loud enough about how important it is to you that those brands can't ignore it. That's the only true way of getting in there. And the brands are listening, trust me. All the big groups, all the big brands, they're listening, they're doing it, they're making the effort, but usually because they're like, it's good for business, and there's nothing wrong with that, I think, but you are the voices that can make this go through. Be loud about it. It's activism, and I discover the power of this more and more. Is activism drives a lot of the causes that we are seeing around the world right now, and that's one of them. And I think that's how it's going to get in.
I'm so happy to hear about that, because actually they have also the power to make it louder.
Yeah, but the power is it starts with you. Be a loud enough voice that they can ignore it. Then they will be the megaphone. They will amplify it because they will have to. Otherwise, they'll be like, we have to. Even if they don't truly believe in it, it doesn't matter. Just don't question that. It's a waste of energy. Just keep going forward and speak and push. And don't compromise on it. I think we have only a couple of minutes left. Each of you, Florentina, you wanted to say something, sorry.
No, I just wanted to tell to Alexander about your question with the financing. There's an amazing talk from BOF founder Imran Ahmed.
Oh yeah, he's good at that. Yeah.
And you can listen to that. I listened to it yesterday, and he's really explaining how to get fundings. And the best way is to win competitions. But that's also a question for you. I wanted to ask what you think about all those competitions like LVMH, and if they're like continuing, because now after this pandemic, or when Corona started, they canceled, for example, already the student applications. And also now, so far, I didn't get any news if they will do it the coming years.
I do not know. So I don't have the answer to this, but yeah, those competitions are very important. I think we have a minute left. I wanted you to each of you say, what was your dream? Siddharth, you want to say something?
Yeah, so there's one question I wanted to ask. We have PR agency for media coverage globally or nationally, but are there any agencies who helps you with increasing your sales or something like that?
Oh, that I don't know. I don't know. But Siddharth, I think we have to go. No, it's. I think unfortunately that's the end of the session. But I invite you. You have my email, so send me an email if we haven't had a chance. And I still want to hear what your dream was. So, or what your dream is. So send me
email the dreams. Yeah.
Yes, please do. And everybody, thank you so much. I think we have 30 seconds left is what I'm being told. So we're gonna go and. Hopefully it was interesting enough or informative enough for all of you and other people who might have been listening in. But thank you. It was great for me. I always love to hear what matters to you guys. Thank you.
Thank you
very much.
Very, very much.
Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's keep it going offline.
Yes.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye, everybody.
you Hello and welcome to Fashion Futurum Forum. This is organised by the Russian Fashion Council. My name is Maeve Campbell and I'm Deputy Editor of Euronews Living, which is Euronews's environmental lifestyle platform. I'm delighted today to be here to host this discussion around sustainability in the fashion industry. It's a day-long conference with over 70 speakers and 17 sessions being broadcast both in Russia and internationally. So I'm excited to get started and introduce our panel. So first up, we have Carrie Summers. Carrie is co-founder and global operations director of Fashion Revolution in London. Secondly, Patrick Duffy. Patrick is founder of the Global Fashion Exchange and co-founder of Swap Chain and the Circular Fashion Summit. He's coming to us from Minneapolis in the USA. Next, we have Christina Dean. Christina is founder and chair of the Redress Design Award in Hong Kong. And next, we have two people together, so Juan Pereira and Andres Jordan, who are both the designers of Juan de la Paz, which is a brand in La Paz, Bolivia. Next up, we have Daria Alexieva, who's coming to us from Russia. She is the director of the Vторое Дыхание Fund and member of Forbes 30 Under 30 top list of young entrepreneurs in Moscow. Lastly, we have Juliana Garcia Bello, who is the designer and founder of Garcia Bello and a graduate of the School of Architecture, Designer and Urbanism in Buenos Aires, Argentina. So thank you so much for joining me, everyone. Without further ado, I think we'll get down to our discussion today. We're going to be focusing the chat around sustainability and then also touching on COVID-19 and what the impact of the pandemic will do to the fashion industry coming up in future. So in order for this to be a free-flowing conversation, please do unmute yourself when you'd like to speak and don't be shy about chipping in if there's something you want to say to add on the end of someone else's point. So I'm going to start by asking a very simple question, which is, what is sustainability? I think it's a buzzword that's really thrown around nowadays, and it's really, a lot of people don't know what it actually means when it comes to fashion. So I thought we might start with Christina here, as I know you started Redress back in 2007, back when the term meant something different. Mm-hmm. So if you could tell us what sustainability meant then and how you think it's changed now.
Sure. Okay, so apparently there are 65 plus definitions of sustainability. Probably there's more. And back in 2007, when I started Redress, if I spoke about sustainability in a China context, which is where I was then based, literally, it was thought that it was green fashion that was the color of green. I kid you not, okay? Yeah, so fast forward 13, 14 years, and obviously huge increase in understanding and lots of boring definitions of sustainability. I'm going to give you one that I think is really good. It's not what you're expecting. And I'm actually borrowing it from Poland, and said something along the lines of sustainability is the ability to think about future generations' needs ahead of our own greed. And I rather like that.
Wow. Yeah. I really like that. So is that a definition you would identify with yourself?
No, I mean, I think that's a philosophical sort of ethical consideration. But as it relates to more specifically, if we wanted a definition of sustainability in the fashion industry, if you want a more technical kind of, run of the mill definition, sustainable fashion, and please will you all argue and disagree with me, but the one that I use for sustainable fashion, it's fashion that's produced with minimal environmental impact and maximize positive social impact. So but that means so much. And in answer to finalize my answer to you, I think we probably all agree that it's wildly overused, it's completely understood, and it's also a really boring term. So that's why I gave very different definitions.
Yeah, I mean, that's a really good point. Would any of the designers disagree or have a slightly different definition? Perhaps Juliana?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah. We can, yes. Hello.
Okay. I think in my case, the sustainability is a part of my life. Always, I think in this way is a big value when I receive with my family. It's very important thinking about the process in the fashion industry. Yeah, this I think is important to thinking about the values of the people.
Absolutely, yeah, and I think that brings me on to the idea of ethics, kind of v sustainability, because I think a lot of brands tend to kind of use them both interchangeably. Do we think that, you know, ethics and sustainability are mutually exclusive? Obviously, ethics relates more to human impact, and sustainability would be more for the environmental impact. But do you think that it's possible for a brand to be ethical but not sustainable, or the other way around? Carrie, perhaps you have a view on this.
Yes, I mean, I'd like to think that ethics and sustainability should incorporate both the social and the environmental, and I think that's part of the problem that for far too long we've seen the rights of nature and human rights as being separate, and we have to see them as being interconnected and interrelated. I mean, one example, I've just sailed 2,000 miles earlier this year in the Pacific to investigate microfiber and chemical pollution. And yes, we're seeing the environmental damage, but also what about the human health damage? Because we know that those are toxins and they're affecting human health, they're affecting our fertility, they're affecting our hormones, and that these will accumulate, they'll bioaccumulate for future generations. So I think it's really dangerous to separate out the two. I mean, I've certainly been to see fair trade factories with terrible environmental conditions using like really shocking raw materials, not ones that I'm buying from, but as part of some of my fair trade research. So I mean, I think there certainly was that idea that you know, fair trade is about the social, and it's something I really fought for when I was part of the World Fair Trade Organization, was making sure that there was a really strong and credible environmental element to the new certification they were working on, and we have to see the two in balance.
Absolutely. I read that you were actually the first brand, your brand that you used to run was the first brand to be fair trade certified. Is that right?
Yes, that's right. I mean, back in 1992, I set up Patricuti, which is still going. It's a sort of Panama hats, but also a lot of really beautiful artisanally made crafts. And Patricuti back, I mean, well over a decade ago, traced our products right back to the GPS coordinates of where all of the raw materials are grown. And when you talk about sustainability, I mean, the raw material for the Panama hats, it's this amazing, it's called Coludophora palmata. And once the plants are established, which takes about 3 years, they can be cropped once a month for 100 years. They're grown in biodiverse plantations, they're organic, they don't need any extra water. So when I think about sustainable raw materials, and I think back at my history of sustainable raw materials, I've got a really high benchmark.
I bet. So this is quite a good moment to maybe talk a bit more about materials between us all. I don't know whether you want to talk, Juan and Andres, about the materials that you use and you know, why it's so important, for example, to stay away from polyester, and what upcycling and recycling can do to materials to make them more sustainable and have a longer life.
Well, actually, that's what we work on, and it's quite a subject because what we do is working with artisans, and they, you know, millenary have been knitting and weaving with natural fibers as alpaca hair. You know, and this whole thing was somehow sustainable in this whole industry, which is, you know, a huge industry, and somehow it gets involved with the fashion luxury system. And for example, this year with all this COVID context, maybe the view about how we treat animals and how we respect our natural sources has changed. And for example, as we worked with alpaca hair in order to preserve our culture and the handcraftsmanship involved in there. And it's really important because the social impact here in Latin America is huge. 90% of the artisans are women, and it's a millenary practice. But nowadays, we have to shift somehow our ethics and stop using maybe natural animal hair in order to produce with maybe organic cotton or upcycling choices. And it's a must by now, you know, even though we have this challenge of teaching the artisans how to use a new material in order to, you know, make this whole planet a better place. But we're willing to, you know, get that shift as a brand, because we believe we can, you know, go vegan somehow.
Yeah, that's exactly. This year we were trying with cotton, and we have other fibers like
garabata,
which is a plant.
And also we have this like pollution thing we receive lots of clothing as donations from United States or Europe, and here are resold in massive flea markets, and practically they cost nothing. And basically they do pollute a lot. So what we do is like we're sourcing material from there.
Yes.
And it's a great way, you know.
Yeah, it is upcycling. I would think that we would take care of our planet and start recycling.
And that also provides artisans another perspective of what they can work on, because now they can embroidery on them, on the new textiles, and they can also deconstruct them. And, you know, somehow it also preserves their culture and their craftsmanship.
That sounds like a really innovative approach. What would you say, designers and everyone, to someone who said, we shouldn't be making anything new anymore? You know, even if it's coming from recycled materials and upcycling, you know, we should be wearing what we've got in our wardrobe. We should be living minimally in order to live in as sustainable a way as possible. What would you say to them?
Well, we think that it's an option, but it also has to. You can do it, you know, that's the new approach of luxury, we think. If you invest in a good coat that will last like forever, and you can heritage that piece, you know, and that will be part of your family history, and that will be part of who you are and your children and your grandchildren or so. I think that could be like the new, you know, challenge of fashion, like providing that kind of things. Like, for example, in our country, the native people do that, you know, they do beautiful garments, that's what they do, and they preserve it through generations. And that is something that we can learn from.
Yes, and we support totally this slow fashion, you know, say no to fast fashion. We start from that point. So yeah, that's exactly. It's so inspiring because you can see, you know, the Cholitas here in Bolivia, they are using the garments that their grandmothers do. So yeah, it is amazing. It's so inspiring.
Yeah. No, I really like the idea of tradition and investing in your future for, you know, an item that will be part of your heritage. Does anyone want to jump in here?
Yeah.
I think, I hear that a lot as well when people say, you don't need to buy anything, you don't need to, what we don't need, and kind of break it down to the bare minimals and the bare basics of things. And I actually kind of did that about 5 years ago when I ventured really deeply into sustainable fashion and ethical fashion, or whatever we want to call it. So I kind of got rid of everything and whittled it down to about 40 items. And to be honest, it was a challenge because I was quite frankly a little bit bored. But then I remembered that I had, because I limited myself to only living with what I could fit in my suitcase. But then I remembered, oh, I have clothing swaps. And then that kind of instilled the idea into me that we can still, fashion is, I think, a very important part of our lives in many ways, because it allows us to express ourselves. It allows us to educate and teach people about maybe different cultures. For instance, if I pick something up, or if I'm wearing a Pachacuti hat, I'm able to tell that story. If I'm in Bolivia, if I'm wearing, in Argentina or something like that. So I think it allows us to really be able to communicate in many different ways. So for me, it's not necessarily about, it's about how can we do that in a way where it's more, so to use the word sustainable, but more conscious and adds value and doesn't take away or deplete people or planet. So I think that right now is the challenge. So I kind of disagree with that. This is all you need, and you only need one shirt and one, because that's just so boring. Like, I don't think that's what the fashion industry was built on.
Absolutely. And Daria, do you want to jump in here and maybe tell us a bit about the fund that you run? Because I know that's to do with collecting clothes from around Russia and distributing them to people in need. Do you want to tell us a bit about that?
Yes, thank you. It's really a great pleasure to have so many foreign experts so that we can share different perspectives. So the recycling in Russia is not really developed. 2 million tons of clothes are wasted and, going to waste every year. So I wouldn't say that sustainability is really a trend here in Russia. We don't have a source for collecting clothes. Even if we have a technology to recycle or upcycle clothes, we don't have the collection system, the collection network. We still don't know where we can take the necessary amount of clothes. We don't have the right containers. We don't have municipal programs. And this is what our organization is trying to do. So you're asked what to do in this situation. We need to use the tools that we have. Currently, we'll be opening the first cafe in Moscow. It's in the first RFR cafe, and Moscow is has a population of 15 million. So it's a cafe where you can bring your clothes and we'll be able to mend your clothes. So I'd like to turn to Patrick and say that there are different ways of using clothes. You can wear them or you can present them as a gift. So we don't need to be looking for one brand that would, that would produce us an item of clothing from organic cotton, for recycled something, recycled polyester. You can buy things from different brands. I used to wear some things that my father wore when he was a child. And, I'm telling my mom, that's what upcycling now means. And she was really surprised. So it's really could be part of legacy, and it could be part of sustainable fashion, surprisingly.
That's amazing that you're passing things down from generations. That's really inspiring. And the cafe sounds great. I think we should all come visit soon.
Yeah.
Patrick, you'll be there?
Oh gosh, yes.
Absolutely.
So we really need to touch on, the COVID-19 pandemic. I wonder, you're all you're all heavily kind of in the fashion industry all day, every day, live and breathe it. What has the COVID-19 pandemic done to fashion? You know, I mean, there's been less carbon emissions with planes in the sky, with less planes in the sky, I mean. There's been quite a few kind of environmental impacts so far in 2020, but how has it affected the fashion industry specifically? Maybe Christina, you could start.
Sure. Always no pressure. I go first. I have a slight disagreement to first bring to the table, or maybe it's a challenge. And it's something that I really learned during COVID. So I'm going to start with that, and then I'm going to disagree with some things that were said. But what was fascinating for me about COVID was that suddenly people stopped shopping. Mm-hmm. And it's been a catastrophe for the industry, for jobs across, from the most at-risk, vulnerable people who are basically garment workers, as we know, of course, many of them female, to professionals, creatives. So look what happened when people stopped buying clothes. And that really taught me that it's not as simple as to say you shouldn't buy any clothes, you mustn't buy, only wear one coat for the rest of your life, because we have an economy that we need to sustain, and through that there's jobs, and that is sustainability. Maeve, I just use the word disagree. I don't think with you, but I'm going to disagree with one of your opening comments, which I don't think is your opinion. But when we spoke at the beginning about the difference between ethics and sustainability, and I know that you made the assumption that many people do, that sustainability is the environment. But what I really learned, and I knew it already, but I really, really learned that sustainability is the environment, the economy, and the society. And COVID told us that, because you might, we saw when people stopped buying their clothes that what happened? People lost their jobs. And those people are at risk. And that proves to you the beauty of this industry. Yes, it's polluting, but it also is keeping people in employment. So I wanted to say with COVID, that for me was my biggest enriching, visceral understanding of what sustainability actually is. And therefore, I don't know that the answer is to stop shopping. We mustn't buy so much. And I realized that affects the economy, and of course it affects jobs. So I'm just adding how complicated it is. And then I'll say, for me, that's what COVID has taught me. We're in a global community, a global economy, and sustainability is in there. And it's not simple to solve, as we've just experienced over the last, 6 months, 8 months, year.
Very interesting point, and I completely agree with you. Very important to define that, for our viewers as well, so that they really understand the true definition of sustainability and all that it engulfs. Patrick, would you like to jump in here?
Yeah, well, I think I agree with Christina. It's a very complex issue, and what it's really taught me is about how we need to stop looking at the old model to be the answer for the future. Because I feel like, I've been on so many different panels. We do consulting with many different companies, brands on supply chain or whatever it is. And I feel like we keep going back to this, it's a bit chaotic. We keep going, but I guess that's the definition of chaos, right? We keep going back to a system and a structure that's created this massive issue, expecting or hoping that it's going to save us. And it's not going to save anything. So I think what's really important right now is understanding exactly what Christina said, is everything fits together. Sustainability really is about the harmony of people and planet, and not disrupting the processes that would, again, deplete. So, moving forward, I think it's important that when we're looking to build new models, which is exciting to be a part of, especially with these incredible panelists that are a part of this conversation, it's about making sure that the fashion industry is accountable and has transparency and accountability are woven into the new way forward, and understanding that there are many different ways and outlooks in which we can continue to have a thriving industry which promotes culture, promotes positive planet, positive, paying garment workers what they are worth, and all of those wonderful things. But yeah.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much. We're actually coming to the end now already, but I think that's a really positive note to end on, the transparency and the accountability of the industry. And I'm sure that we all really hope that that will improve post-COVID. So thank you so much for joining us, everyone. And I hope that we get to speak again soon. And thank you everyone else for joining, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the conference today. Thanks very much.
Bye. I'm sad.
Bye.
Thank you so much for having us. Thank you for having us.
live.
Hello, and welcome to today's panel discussion, which is part of the Fashion Futurum Forum. I'm Mahari Seward. I'm the staff writer at ID Magazine in London, and I'm also the moderator of today's conversation, in which we'll be discussing the theme, the identities of world cultures through the eyes of the designers of the future. So before we begin, I'd just like to extend a very warm welcome to everyone who's tuned into this conversation, wherever you are in the world, and also introduce you to our esteemed panelists who will be joining me to discuss this pertinent topic. So joining us from Dakar, Senegal, is Miss Adama Paris. She's a creative entrepreneur and a designer. We have Ali Charisma joining us from Jakarta, Indonesia, who is the national chairman of the Indonesian Fashion Council and director of the Muslim Fashion Festival, Indonesia. Joining us from Lagos, Nigeria, is the creative director and founder of Cute Saint, Femi Ajose. From Seoul, South Korea, we have Won John, the founder of Painters, and also a design professor at Le Rêve School in Seoul. And joining us from Moscow, Russia, is Igor Andreev, the founder of Vereja. And last but not least, joining us from London, England, is Linus Leonardson, who is the founder of his eponymous label, Linus Leonardson. So first of all, yeah, thank you so much all for taking the time to join me today. Just as a little introduction as to what the kind of general theme of our discussion will be, we'll be discussing how today's innovative, independent designers can influence and shape their local urban cultures, which is an especially important topic, today in an environment in which our urban landscapes are changing due to the COVID-19 pandemic. We'll also be talking about how these kind of the respective urban cultures that these designers inhabit inform their practices too. So to start, I guess, let's start by kind of checking in on how you've all been dealing with and navigating this extremely surreal year. I guess let's start with you, Ms. Adama. How have things been for you in Dakar, and how have you been navigating 2020?
Hi, everybody, and thank you for this, and hi to all these beautiful people. I think that it's been really hard, like everywhere, but we kind of blessed in Africa that the COVID is not that worse, and we never been in total lockdown. So we were still able to work, but since we are a small country and we depend a lot on France and all the European countries, like the commerce been really close, but we managed to be creative. We create some stuff like a show called Lockdown Show, fashion show, where we send it item and clothes to model. They film themselves at the places and they went viral. So that kind of helped us to still, pursue and have our clientele buying stuff. And, and now I'm also the founder of Dakar Fashion. We're having the show later tomorrow. And in the Forest Baobab outside of the city in a huge place. So, we have to find a way to keep our creativity going. So, yeah, basically how we manage to.
Of course, no, it's extremely necessary to, keep creative spirits high. How about you, Igor? Because of course the situation with COVID-19 in Russia has been very different to that in Senegal. How have you and other kind of independent Russian designers been navigating this year?
Hi to everyone. I'm so happy to see all of you. I've been a designer for just 1 year. I founded my brand last year, so it was really difficult to enter the market this year because the premium segment in Moscow is down. People spend less money on clothing, on apparel, and this is why they move to mass market brands or the affordable brands. Definitely the Russian ruble, the national currency, depreciated, and the purchasing parity, the purchasing power is down. We don't have fashion shows, actually, in-person fashion shows, offline. Everything is online. And Futurum did a fashion show, but it was a small amount of people. And I had a presentation. These are small-scale presentations at a small store, and there were just a few people because mass crowds of more than like 30 or 40 people, they are banned, or maybe even 10. So a mass assembly of more than 10 people is banned. But we still try to, do some shooting. We film videos and have small-scale parochial meetings. But we definitely want to have something bigger.
And how about you, Ali? I mean, what's the situation been like in Jakarta?
Yes, thank you for asking me. Actually, our biggest challenge is for the designer, the business aspect. We are a little bit shocked when the COVID come, but on the same time, it make us stronger because we in this during the COVID, we really learning. We need to learn fast how to survive in these conditions. Through the community, we can help each other. Get faster information about positive stuff in many ways, on production side, marketing side, and there is always opportunity behind all of this, but many of us are doing okay. I mean, it's not better, but doing okay. But the positive side is we in the creativity that we try to change our DNA brand to these conditions. So it makes us stronger for the future. I think is for our brand, we can more versatile. I mean, almost all of us before we selling expensive product, but now we still selling kind of similar product, expensive, but with purpose and better quality. Mean sustainable fashions are our future in Indonesia, and we heading there. I think there's a both side. On the beginning, yes, we are struggling on the business. But then the last couple of months or like 3 months, start from August, we kind of find our way how to adapt and adjust with this situation.
I mean, the conversation of sustainability is one that I'd like to come on to in greater focus a little later on in our discussion. But it does raise a really important point that I think that this year for designers and fashion creators around the world has been a year in which, really crucial conversations have risen to the forefront around sustainability, around race equality, around, a plethora of subjects. So I'd be interested to hear, Linus, perhaps, you're based in London. What would you say are the sort of key conversations that you and other designers in your fashion community in London have been having?
Firstly, thank you for being here. It's so lovely to speak to everybody. And addressing your question, I think you actually mentioned several of these. I mean, obviously, Black Lives Matter has been such an enormous topic of discussion throughout the entire year, I think, as well as sustainability, as mentioned previously. But furthermore, I think that actually what I've been speaking a lot about with local designers, which is more fashion oriented, of course, is a newly found appreciation for a slower approach to fashion altogether, I would say. That wasn't quite there beforehand. And it's also something I'm experiencing a lot myself, way more, because it kind of feels like the world has shrunk a little bit when you're not able to travel anymore, right? And in that spirit, you're kind of forced to look around yourself and your local environment in a totally different way. So I think this has really been a topic of discussion with previous or fellow designers, both in London, but also across Europe, actually.
And what about you, Femi? How would you say the situation is in Lagos with regard to the conversations that are being had in the local fashion community?
It's been a very challenging situation here in Lagos, most especially because of the rate of COVID-19 here. There's been new cases every day. In fact, we went to a total lockdown for about 3 to 4 months. So, and apart from that, there's been other crises here, like the NSAS situation that lasted for about some weeks too. So all these are things that have affected production here and the way of our mode of operation. However, with all these challenges, we've been able to channel in some other processes to make sure that the brand is still running and everybody is still performing the duties right and to serve our clients. Before the end of after the lockdown, we're able to participate in the Global Digital Talents. That's the show that's organized by Mrs. Fashion Week and Russian Fashion Council. So all these are things that we do to make sure that we keep our clients in loop of things that, yes, we're still around. And of course, we're a new brand. We launched last year, so we're barely 1 year old. And so we're just trying our means to make sure that the COVID-19 doesn't put us back. And yet we're putting our best foot forward.
Of course. I mean, speaking to all of you, it seems that perseverance has really been a real motif of this year. But also another thing, I guess, that's important to highlight is that as we've experienced the pandemic and kind of watched our cities change on the face of it, you know, cities getting slower, you know, the hustle and bustle sort of drying up. The way we interact with the cities that we live in has changed too. One, I thought it'd be interesting to hear from you on this note, given, you know, what a vibrant and kind of bustling city Seoul typically is. I mean, how has the pandemic changed how you relate to, you know, being a designer based in Seoul, and the way that you relate and identify with being a designer in Seoul?
Basically, before now,
sorry,
Lagos
Femi.
has a city.
Oh, sorry, Femi, that question was for one.
Oh, okay.
So I think like before the pandemic and after the pandemic, like everything has been really changed fast. So like most of the brand tries to go in digital in presentation ways.
Mm-hmm.
So like I think, but it has like two negative and positive way.
For the sake of the interpreters, is it possible to speak up or to speak into a microphone because we don't hear anything?
Okay. So I think the pandemic like forced to every brand to go in digital. So like every brand promoting has been really changed. So like they create like creative visuals and they try new ways to like promote their brand. So I think it's good for some reason. But actually like we can do a physical things like we'll catwalk, pop-up show. So it's hard to like meet customer face to face. So it's like both sides, I think.
Mm-hmm, totally. I think you raise a really interesting point there, one, that because of this digital turn in fashion, there seems to, well, it kind of feels like there's less of a sort of physical relationship between designers and the cities they're based in. There isn't that sort of buzz around the physical fashion weeks, which I think that, say in London, for example, it's a real sort of contributing factor to the cultural landscape. Off the back of that, though, I'd be interested to hear your thoughts on, you know, going forward, how you think designers can kind of innovate in how they interact with the cities they live in, whether that's through, you know, collaborating with institutions or even with kind of cities' local infrastructures, or, yeah, you know, just sort of really changing the way that designers interact and kind of communicate with the cities and the inhabitants of those cities. I mean, is there anyone who has any particular thoughts on that?
We, as Dhaka Fashion Week, we are approached the city, the mayor, and we propose to have an open show, like free for everybody in the suburbs, because I know if for the other, but in our country, the suburbs are really where creative people are from. And we decided to partnership with them and to have the whole show with the 20 designer using recycle, reuse clothes and recycling. So, and also we have this problem in this part of Africa and not the other part with, how you said that, garbage. They should. So we are partner with them. We collect them and we use them, and we go to the one factory that we pay to recycle them, and each of us using that form of plastic in any way possible in their collection. So that's basically what this year we decide, and we pledge to all of us. Doesn't matter if you do couture or whatever, to just reuse and recycle.
Absolutely. Ali, what are your thoughts on how young designers in Jakarta could perhaps go about, re-engaging with their local environments and sort of contributing to the urban landscape?
Yes, through the pandemic, this is one of the highlight of the designer. I think most of us learning, it's not really, this is a new world for us, with many designer, either they are senior designer or junior designer. Sustainability is new, especially during the pandemic. It seemed like the pandemic forced us to adjust very quickly. Also, how we communicate and affect things. And in the other hand, we also done so much by the technology. We don't use much technology before. How we communicate, how we done stuff. So I always think two ways. There is always positive side. We can, the designer can involve in many things. We also can convince the governments and stakeholder fashion to do important stuff, like the activity that support sustainability. We start doing that. And we, at the moment, we have a huge campaign of start loving local brand and local products, and this is also came from us, and the government believe on that, and hopefully the concept of sustainability is really work naturally. It's not because we arrange them very hard to be sustainable, but hopefully if everyone understand what it really means. So I think this is what we feel achieve something that we can convince many different stakeholders to join with the sustainable concept. Not only in our fashions, but we also believe in sustainable lifestyle. So before we do anything in fashion, we convince them to believe in the concept of how we live sustainability. In sustainable lifestyle. That's what we're pushing this time.
Of course. It certainly seems like sustainability and kind of more innovative approaches to sustainability have been kind of top of the agenda in many of your local communities. But I'd just like to kind of answer to two questions that we've received from the audience members who are currently tuned in. So the first is, what can a beginning designer do to start affecting urban culture? Linus, I think that you'd be great to speak to this one, just because obviously London has such a rich heritage of being a real hub for young designers who have, informed the city's culture. I mean, what are your thoughts on that question?
I couldn't say it better myself, quite honestly. I feel like the urban culture in London is really all about new creative initiatives from anybody, quite frankly. I mean, it's a city full of initiatives and an appreciation for initiatives as well. That's something you really notice coming from, I used to live in Antwerp, for example, and it was such a stark contrast coming to London and experiencing basically everybody you're talking to doing something of their own. So you really have this culture of starting your own initiatives. People are throwing their own shows, throwing their own gallery shows, raising pop-up shows, whatever really. They really take the, I think, encouragement that exists here and turn it into physical events, which has really completely disappeared, of course, this past year, which has been a quite interesting change. So you've kind of had to change that into digital landscape, but it's way more difficult to do with few resources. Because quite frankly, as an emerging designer or as a completely new started brand, it is relatively easy to just make your own event if you go for it. I think in London particularly, because of this appreciation, a lot of people will support you along the way, as long as you actually take the first step and ask for help from institutions, from galleries, restaurants. Any of these kind of bigger institutions are often actually willing to help and perhaps even host you for free, help with the production. And yeah, all along this style, I think it's just about taking the first step and actually reaching out for help.
Totally. It's all about that DIY spirit, isn't it? Great. And so the second question from our audience is, I have to adjust my glasses for this, it's a bit of a lengthy one, but it's, so from a beginning designer who's based in a small town, and they say, I've always admired European designers and looked up to them, but during the lockdown, I started to realize that they all create very similar things. And during this pandemic, I really started to love my own small town. So I have some fashion ideas connected to my city, but I'm not sure how to implement them. Do you maybe have any advice for me? So I guess, yeah, like how do you approach bringing your local culture into your work and kind of keeping it sort of contemporary and fresh? I think, Igor, would you like to speak to this one?
Yes, I will. Hello again, friends. And well, there is a small town outside Moscow. That is my hometown, and well, we are different from other designers because what we do is handicraft. We usually do everything manually, and well, we recycle or upcycle, as we call it in Russia, sweaters, as we heard from Adama from Senegal. And I take a lot of motives from the culture of my town. It's not a city, I'm saying town, because it's not a large city. And we will be renovating a square in this town, and I will be designing this square. And then there was a Soviet brand called Veria. They were into producing jeans. Well, I don't produce jeans because I believe that it's not a green approach, not an ecological approach, but still, well, when I went to kindergarten, there were some motives on clothing for kids that I'm using now, and well, Moscow is ready for this upcycling, recycling, making it better. And well, we can take 2 or 3 sweaters that had people wanted to throw out, and you make an absolutely well, completely new piece of clothing. That's great.
Yes, that sounds extremely inspiring. Thank you for that, Igor. I guess we're now winding down to the kind of final few minutes of our discussion, but I thought it would be nice to sort of broaden the conversation a little bit and just talk about, you know, what fashion means to the cities that you call home. So I think, one, it would be great to hear from you on this, because obviously Korean fashion is really sort of having a moment, so to speak, right now. I mean, how would you say fashion contributes to Seoul's sense of identity?
Like they are really like to following trends. So like they always care about their outfits, like even their styles. So like they really like to buy new clothes in every season. So that's why I think like K-pop or like K-things like going, you know, globally. So like I think like people in Seoul really like to following trends, and that is the like key identity in Seoul.
Absolutely. And Femi, how would you say, well, how would you describe the situation in Lagos? I mean, how central is fashion and dressing to, you know, Lagos citizens?
Fashion is something that Lagosians love. it has contributed a lot to every part of Lagos, because every time there's a fashion show or any fashion event, there's always a lot of things that are employed to make sure that such events hold, from models to local artisans that will make what the designers will make, from vendors that provide stuff for the event. So fashion is one of the major contributors to Lagos economy, because Lagosians love fashion. We love to come out looking flamboyant, looking gorgeous. Every Saturday, there's always an event in Lagos where people would love to wear lovely apparels. And fashion is just the only way Lagosians express themselves, mostly.
And so to kind of flip that question, I mean, how directly would you say your cities and the kind of culture of the places you call home inform your work? I mean, Adama, from what you were saying, it sounds like, local materials and sort of, local aspects are really sort of crucial to the work that you do.
Yeah, actually, as a Dakaroise, and we are like an island. We are like surrounded with water, and we have, honestly, our main issue is the garbage, and plastic. And I'm so proud and I'm so honored to lead this young designer, and that Dakar Fashion Week is leading to we all pledge to do our best to integrate in our collection, whether we are accessories and our gown, to just recycle plastic in a way or another. And it's been crazy, because I saw designer doing things that we never thought that we can make with plastic. And I love the outcome, and I love that by doing something good for our environment, we're doing great creative things like jewelry, chair. We start, as clothes designers, some of them start designing furniture. It's just crazy, because, and I love that aspect of that the COVID kind of gave us the strength and also the passion, not only for fashion, but the passion for our city and our environment.
Amazing. And I think we're now kind of wrapping up. So we've got just about a minute left. Time flies when you're having fun. But Ali, if you could perhaps offer a closing remark on your thoughts on where you hope to see Jakarta's and also the global fashion community, or the direction you hope to see Jakarta's and the global fashion communities taking. Where would you like to see, your fashion community going over the next years?
Yep. Look, Indonesia, or especially Indonesia or Jakarta, we actually, if you don't know Indonesia, we have a lot of island. We have we can say 1,000 island in language and culture. So we are rich of inspiration. And 90% of our country is Muslim. So the Muslim wear or modest wear are huge market here, which is, but most of the market is taken by international brand. Actually, our local brand got small leftover of the market themselves. So we have a huge homework here as a fashion designer. So we will love to collaborate with international brand for the future. And but we also want to have a share on the market, because fashion is not our culture. Fashion is new to us. It's from Europe, but we have a batik, as the big brand using Dior just use batik, and local weaving from Indonesia last season. And this means we have very good quality material, and we have a lot of different kind of material. I think a lot of African also using batik techniques, which is came from us, and we also collaborating with the lot of African company to do this. So I believe Indonesia will have our own fashion and hopefully can blend with European culture as well. So that's what I hope the Indonesian fashion grow.
Great. Well, thank you so much. I mean, I wish that we could stay and discuss many of the pertinent topics that you just raised, but unfortunately we've come to time. A big thank you to you all for tuning in wherever you're joining us from. And a special thank you to our wonderful panelists. Thank you so much for your contributions to today's discussion. And have a great weekend.
You too.
Thank you so much for having me.
Bye-bye.
Colleagues, thank you so much for being a part of our event.
everybody, and welcome to this session, which is about fashion education. It is called The Future is Last Night, What Lessons We Have Learned. And we're going to look in this session at subjects such as sustainability, social responsibility, the creation of virtual clothes. And we're also looking at subjects such as, do fashion students need to know about business in their studies as well? So before we start, I'm going to introduce you to our illustrious panel that we have here this evening. First, I'd like to introduce you to Danilo Venturi, who is the director of Polymoda in Florence. So if you could say hello, Danilo.
Hi, nice to meet you all.
Then we have Gloria Wavamunno, sorry about that, artist, art director and founder of Kampala Fashion Week, board director of Fashion Council Uganda, Kampala, Uganda. So hello, Gloria. You'd like to say hello? Hi, Gloria.
Thanks for having me. Hello to everyone.
Next, we've got Barbara Franchin, who's the founder and director of ITS, the International Talent Support Trieste. Hello, Barbara.
Hello,
yeah, I can see that. Yes. Hi there. Then we have Burak Kakmak, who's the co-founder of the Digital Fashion Group in London. Hi, Burak.
Hi, how are you?
And next we have Anna Chernik, who's the CEO of Fresh Blood, Development and Support Project for Young Designers, and also head of the design workshops, curator of the fashion design course at the British High School of Art and Design in Moscow. So, hello, Anna.
Добрый вечер, коллеги. Добрый вечер.
Good evening, colleagues.
And then we have Jackie Andrews Udall, who is a sustainability in fashion expert and also works on the fashion course as a sustainability expert at St. Martin's. So hi there, Jackie.
Hi, everybody. Nice to be with you. Thank you for inviting me.
So we've got lots of questions for you. So we're going to start off about looking at sustainability, actually. So the question is, should sustainability and social responsibility, e.g. inclusivity, be part of compulsory fashion education today? And should it be part of the global fashion education agenda, or actually even in the fashion world itself? So I'm going to ask, first of all, I'm going to ask that question to Danilo.
Hi. Well, of course, the answer is yes. But I can tell you also that we already introduced sustainability in our programs 5 years ago or even more. So now the technicality of sustainability is already there. It's acquired also because, as you probably know, Polymoda is right in the middle of a big center of production, luxury production in Florence. And so technicalities are well known. I think what we should teach as a further step is the mindset, because sustainability comes from the side of the producer, and fine, we are teaching it, but it also comes from the side of the consumer. Sustainability is about, in my opinion, knowing who you are, because it's a mindset. If you know who you are, you know also what you want to buy, and most probably you reduce the quantity of what you buy because you exactly know what you buy. So from the side of the consumer, sustainability is, in my opinion, the half of the thing, So this is something that we have to teach, and it's not only, teaching sustainability as a topic, as a module even, or even as a course, because we have a course, a master course in sustainability, but it's really, growing students in a way that they exactly know who they are. They have a personality and then don't have, let's say, how to say, I'm trying to find the right words, but at a certain point I have to say it. If they have crap in mind, they produce crap. If they don't, they maybe not produce it.
Okay, thank you. Gloria, what would you like to add to this conversation?
I mean, yeah, those points are very valid. And it's adding from that, I feel I'm an example of having myself luckily been guided to really focus as much as I was a designer, to focus and get a course also in marketing and business. But at the time, no one was supporting or telling me to do that. They're like, if you're a designer, you follow design, and fashion, marketing, and business are for the people who are going to manage you and everything. And because I fortunately chose my own direction, because coming from a developing nation, I already knew that the availability in more Western worlds was not available back home. So I had to be more things for myself if I was going to succeed, starting from a very infinite space. But I found that it guided me tremendously, because not only was I conscious of what I was creating and having the ability to then embrace my heritage, because I was based out of my country, but then at the same time having a business mind and testing the waters, like even as much as I was scared, I had to know I have to try. And that for me then helped me to further my own brand and my experiences. So I really do think that those things are so important. And definitely within my own businesses, such as the Fashion Council and Kampala Fashion Week, we've been promoting the sustainability for the last 7 years with all the designers that we work with. So, and seen such a growth also in fashion businesses based locally. So it completely works.
Oh, that's lovely. Thank you. Barbara, what would you like to add to this story?
Yes, I think it's, I want to say yes, compulsory to study sustainability in a larger point of view. What we observed in this, I can say 6 or 7 years, is that the consciousness of sustainability is very change a lot the meaning for the students. So at the beginning, I think 5, 6 years ago, they were focused on what company can do. Now they are focused on what they can do. They by themselves. Because we normally ask a lot of questions in our application form. You know, more than 600, 700, 1,000 people apply to the ITS contest every year. And so every year we ask many questions. One of these questions is related with sustainability. So we has been able to understand how the consciousness changed in this year. Now the students are conscious that it's something that must be done from everyone. So sustainability means a social responsibility for everyone. To teach sustainability is not so easy. We need to understand that the students has limited technical instruments to develop a process that must be thought in a bigger scale. So what they can do is to try to understand how to build a new material for sure, how to apply the upcycling in the real way, but they need to talk with the industry, because to change really the process of production it's a bit complicated. So it's not just a student can solve problems or big problems. They can be conscious, they can project, they can start to think in a sustainable way, but it's a long process. This is my opinion. But they are experimenting a lot. What we received this year is incredible. Material, fabrics done with everything, colors done with everything. So they are experimenting a lot. But now the experimentation is just one by one, it's individual. Okay, it's an individual process. It's not something that you can apply in an industrial way.
Oh, thank you very much. Burak, what's your opinion on this subject?
I think we're definitely seeing opposing trends going in some ways into the future, and these are going to define how it's going to influence each other. One of them is clearly industry is speeded up so much that now we have in some brands 52 collections a year. Every week we're getting new product. And that's on the mass market side. But even the luxury brands, they don't do 2 seasons, 4 seasons anymore. They're doing a lot more. On the other hand, the current growing consumer base, which is Generation Z, Generation Y, which is also the element that's engaged with primarily with education, is being trained in a very different way. Just like Daniela and Barbara said, we have done a lot of work in academia to change curriculum, so the technical information is there. And now it's the moment of building a new culture. And we are seeing that differentiation happening, especially as graduates from schools are becoming not only the new consumer, but the new creatives. They are pushing for a different way of doing things. So it's becoming a much more networked ecosystem of small brands that is trying to do new business models, innovations with smaller quantity that are sustainable. At the same time, you're seeing the larger brands trying to figure out how to continue to grow by selling more and more and more. So sustainability is definitely something embedded into the future, both on the business side as well as in education. I think with the younger generation really growing the culture that they are pushing forward is going to influence a more positive change to the future, where we're going to see probably better alternatives to the issues that we are facing in the larger side of the industry. So it's more than anything a tipping point.
Thank you very much. Anna, how do you see this question?
Thank you so much for having me. I would like to change gear and to shift the focus of our discussion. At the British High School of Art and Design, we view sustainability in terms of social and corporate responsibility. We've been promoting this topic for 6 years, and at our fashion design course, we have a compulsory model on inclusive design or inclusivity in design. And we had models with the Down syndrome, people who are in wheelchairs, blind people, people with disabilities. And this spring, when the pandemic broke out, we crossed the borders. We worked with patients of Moscow Hospice. This is end-of-life care and the Moscow Palliative Care Center. So it definitely helps us to explore a new customer base, but it also allows our students to realize that their audience is much broader than they could have imagined, than the audience that is being dictated by the glossy magazines. It broadens your horizons. It's a wake-up call. Design is a tool that can change a lot in the lives of the people. And personally, I see a path to sustainability in this area.
Thank you, Anna. That's really, really interesting. And Jackie, what would you like to bring to this subject?
Hi, well, I think I was really touched by what Anna just said. I think in our case, we've had some students come out who probably have been who've had the most interesting projects, who actually are not aspiring to work for a brand. And that's maybe one of the biggest changes, is seeing that, in fact, a lot of students before, and the way we taught them and we sort of put this business model to them was, that most of them were aspiring to work for a luxury brand based in Paris. And, a lot of students still do stick to that classical path, but it was nice to see that many of them are finding different ways and actually, want to work in Africa and finding inspiration for fashion in totally different places, not just from the luxury houses. So I think that's sort of what's happening, is that, it's at CSM, we've had a sustainable innovation hub going for quite a long time now. And a lot of students have come out who have entered the houses and are now driving sustainability within them. I mean, I also work for Clerici Tessuto, and you can see that the studios coming in are informed by the younger generation. So we're finding that the Gen Z graduates who are going out, who are joining the studios, are actually informing the studios. So it's really important to drive our education forth, because our graduates are actually going to change the system, and they're already changing the system. I mean, there's a lot more coming in terms of sustainability requests, because the studios are charged up with young people who've gone through, who've had methodology. I mean, our generation had absolutely no methodology in sustainability. I know that when, I was working at Stella, we were actually exploring sustainability. Now you've got several, years of graduates who've come out who have sustainability methodology incorporated, into their knowledge, but it all has to change. It's changing all the time. I mean, the standard methodology of just looking at, zero waste pattern cutting, upcycling, using dead stock, it all has to be re-questioned with the fact that, figures were coming in from the recent UNEP report, which say that, we now fashion employs 86 million people, and only 2 of them earn more than the living wage. Sorry, 2%. What am I saying? Only 3. 2% earn more than the living wage, but 2%, that's the living wage. So we have to address the social side, and therefore our education of sustainability has to actually totally change. It was very much environmentally driven, and I think now the social side has to come up to speed. That's I think where we need to kind of evolve in the way we teach sustainability. We're very much behind when it comes to the social side. We've explored the environmental side more than anything.
Thank you very much. I think we've got some really interesting comments there. Our next question is, should the creation of virtual clothes, with some working in 3D editors such as Clo, for example, should this be part of a modern fashion education? Should it be compulsory? Why? Why not? Okay, so I'm going to ask this question first to Gloria. Okay.
Yes, I mean, I understand why people maybe would argue on the sense of like less waste, because everything's being done on a laptop and being saved compared to maybe the old sense of sketching and stuff. But definitely because I work with all tiers, variety of tiers of levels of where someone's education is, from individuals and artists who are coming from the village to town areas to then a city, and what they've been exposed to and how you kind of bring them up to tier. Unfortunately, we still do need the method of not 3D design. And I feel that it's needed maybe in all areas, but it's still also maybe, I feel sometimes a pressure where we feel like, okay, if we want to participate with more developed and Western brands, we have to evolve this technology. And sometimes, I don't know, I'm in a space where I'm thinking what's more important at this time. And for me, sometimes it's still skills and everything rather than, okay, a 3D, which involves computer and technology, which are pricey. And there's other things that we still need to attain to get our development of our production going. So, yeah.
Yeah, I can understand that point of view. Barbara, what would you like to add to this discussion?
Yes, I think that they need to study, to have more information, to have to study the digital side of fashion in terms of production, but not only that, also in terms of communication, especially. But without to forget the direct dimension of the touch of the clothes is something that you wear. Fabrics is something that you touch. So I understand that can be an interesting tool. For example, if you have to upcycling different pieces and you can combine the pieces in a good way, But touch is important. It is important, yes.
Okay, moving on to Burak. What's your thoughts on this, on the 3D virtual clothes?
Yeah, I mean,
in education.
The truth is, it's already happening. Gaming has done it, filming has done it, fashion designers haven't been involved in it. And that actually created a lot of complication for anybody doing it from a technical perspective alone, without the understanding of the fashion context and also how the physical clothes work. So there is absolute demand from both the gaming and filming industry to begin with, but there's also interest in taking it to new places. So this creates an opportunity for fashion graduates to apply the skills around what fashion design is and translate it into a digital platform. There is a need for using digital-only clothes, so I absolutely feel like it has to be a core part of what fashion designers drive. That's not taken away from the need for doing physical clothes, because we are still living in physical world and we will continue to dress ourselves. But I think if the fashion designers don't expand into that space, it'll be taken over by other industries. So why not encourage our designers to think more broadly?
Thank you. And Anna, in your experience from the school in Moscow, how do you see this working with the 3D, the fashion tools?
На курсе мы уже 3 года практикуем.
We've been practicing technology for 3 years now. We have this SUPER model and Claw 3D application. I believe there's huge potential in it. And in the past 6 months, we've seen that coming to fruition because all of the creative teams were forced to work in a remote way. And I believe that's a good way to continue to keep up our good work. We can continue our interaction, continue our work, to do virtual prototypes and to develop your collection without stalling, without stopping your work. That's one thing. And on the other hand, sales mechanisms are changing, and that forces production to change. Everyone wants to buy here and now. Everyone wants to design and produce here and now. And we need to rethink the entire production cycle, the production chain. And 3D modeling allows you to cut down on the footprint, on the carbon footprint. And it allows you to make custom-made, tailor-made products. So you come up with a collection, and in a couple of days, the customer would be able to get it, to order it, and get it custom-made.
Thank you, Anna. And Danilo, how is it with Polymoda and 3D virtual clothes creation?
Well, actually, I'm going back to the last 3 graduation shows we had in Polymoda that usually takes in June. So first we had Tell Me About You, and it was about inclusivity. Separate Collection was about sustainability. And the last one before COVID was Supernature. And it was already tapping into this even before, because we introduced 3D design, and so our students can use now 3 techniques, which is draping, pattern making, or 3D. And we don't really care if the envisioning or what the design comes from one technique or another. But I do completely agree with Burak, and also, we all said at a certain point, clothes must be worn. And so the envisioning, the design, pure design is something, and the finishing of the garment is something else. It has to fit, it has to stay on the body. And if we think about fashion and what fashion is, well, fashion is about who is doing what to whom. So senses are involved there. So you cannot completely think virtually. I can tell you also, here again, we have a different point of view from adults and Gen Z, because the same way we still talk about sustainability and Gen Z gives it for granted, the same as with technology. So we are coming from a generation where technology was adopted, so it's a tool, while the Gen Z generation lives in it. You know, they completely, I mean, their house is the home, but when we say home, we say homepage, not even. It's social media, and it's all about that. So what we think is the future for them is the past. I can tell you, during the first lockdown, so last March, we asked our students to choose if they wanted to go virtual, so to create a movie in June for their graduation show, not a film movie, because everything was impossible at that time. I don't know who was in Italy knows very well that we had the army on the streets, you know, so it was all closed. It was even impossible to film anything, you know. It had to be virtual, complete like a cartoon. So we asked them if they wanted to do that or just postponing the physical fashion show, and they said in majority, big majority, they said we want to postpone, but the fashion show must be real, in person, you know. So one thing is filming, which has something real inside. One thing is completely virtual. One thing is the entire design comes from virtual instruments, which we provide, obviously. And one thing is if the envisioning is virtual on your iPad, but then the finishing, the making is physical. So yeah, it's quite complex, but I think as adults, we have been a bit left behind because Gen Z is much, more advanced, and most probably what we think is advanced for them is the past, and vice versa.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. We've just now got a couple of minutes left. So very quickly, I'm going to ask all of you the next question, which is, do you think fashion students need to know more about business, fashion management, PR, social media? So if you can all very quick fire answers. First of all, to Barbara.
Yes, I think they need to learn more, to understand more. As Burak told before, and the other people are talking about this new way for the new designer to build their career. Now they are going through the factor that they will have a small showroom, small studio. They will work by their own self. They will be the chief of their self. So yeah, so they need to know this.
Okay, Burak?
Yeah, I think quickly you need to understand how all of these aspects of the industry work, but you cannot do everything because there are a lot of technical knowledge. So it's about creating the network that's going to support you. And that starts in school, and that also highlights the value of education. In school, you're able to find these partners to be able to do amazing creative work most of the time for free, and then build on that to build your brand as well.
Okay, and we've just got very, very short time left, so I'm very sorry we're running out of time, but thank you all so much. It's such a shame we didn't get to the bottom of all these questions, but hopefully we will get a chance to have another session so that we can actually get through this, because there's just so much to talk about along this subject. And so I'd just like to thank all of you for this session. So thank you, Daniela, Gloria, Barbara, Burak, Anna, and Jackie. And thank you very much for this. And thank you very much. And
thank
goodbye.
You too.
Thank you. Bye.
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 Hi, everyone. Hi, everyone. That's Guido Pollini, and I'm a founder and of a digital agency based in London called GA Agency. It's a boutique digital agency that mainly work with fashion clients. I launched the agency a couple of years ago, and I have around 13 years experience in digital marketing. I've been working for Google and Expedia for the first 5 years of my career here in London from 2008 to 2013. And I was in charge of SEO channel for these two companies. And then in 2013, I started to work on myself, and I started to work as a consultant, self-employed for 5 years. And then I started to work with my first fashion client. And I started to work with clients like Prada, like Miu Miu, like Calzedonia, Intimissimi, Giuseppe Zanotti, different clients. And over the last 2 years, when I turned the business from consulting to an agency, we keep working with them and we increase the number of services. Now at the moment, we have around 8 fashion clients in the agency. And we provide them different services in terms of digital marketing, from search engine marketing to social media to influencer, copywriting, and so on. Are there any specific question, or should I go through that? So one of the things I've been asked to talk about are the pros and cons of having a digital business, which difficulties are there. So of course, nowadays it's really important to have a fashion business that is an online presence, but it's getting more and more complicated to do it properly, like in terms of is it getting a much more competitive market and require like kind of well-planned structure and big investment behind. So absolutely there are big benefits in getting into the digital for a fashion company, but I wouldn't start directly from there. I would start it first from our sales and distribution, and then I would turn into digital. So which kind of advice are possible to give to someone creating a business in digital format? You need to like evaluate many different aspects. Like it's not only about marketing. You need to take in consideration like all the parts related to creativity. Sorry, I got a question. My question is, how do I choose my client? And do you have like any choosing system? Because there are a lot of different companies among your clients. And I was just interested, why exactly did you choose them? Well, it's more the client approaching us, and we evaluate if we can deliver a result for them, and if we see that it's something feasible, based on different criteria. That probably the most important one is the budget that they have, and also like the in-house capabilities that they have to like deliver. So basically, the client approaches, and with our team, like we look at them requirements, and we put together a proposal. And then if the client is satisfied with the proposal, we go ahead and work together. So it's more the client approaching us and choosing us than the client, us choosing the client. Why do you think clients want to work with us? That's a good question. It's pretty difficult nowadays for a digital agency to differentiate. Like there are the competition, there are more and more competition, and the industry is getting more structured, and so you need to find a way to differentiate yourself. So for sure, like having expertise in a specific vertical, it's really helpful. So in our agency, we have pretty good knowledge about fashion and travel, so that helps in getting more clients in that sector. Another thing that help us to get more clients is that we have a pretty an international team that is able to cover like different languages and work on different markets, like for example, all Europe, US, and Russia. Yeah, so I'm mainly would say expertise and finding and then able to work in different markets. What are the pros and cons of working with big clients? That's a good question again. So pros is that first, most of the time you work with capable people internally that understand your language, and it's much easier to execute a project. And another pros of working with big clients is that in general, their brand is pretty well known, okay? So, and that's, it's super important in marketing, because if you start to work with a brand that it doesn't have brand awareness, building brand awareness is probably the most complicated thing, that, the longest process and the complicated one. So working with them client that already have a well-known brand, let's say that it's easier to bring result. One of the cons of working with big clients that, of course, they are demanding. So they maybe have pretty high target and goals that sometimes are not easy to reach, and also like sometimes they have longer internal process to execute tasks. So we are an agency, we like consult them and we give them advice, but sometimes some big company take much longer than smaller company to implement our recommendation, because they have much more people involved and the process is much longer. So that's probably all the pros and cons of working with big client, and the same question for small client. Small client, a big problem most of the time is budget. So if you don't have budget, it's difficult to deliver an optimal campaign, especially from my agency side. You need to have resources and people involved in the project in order to do a good job. And if the client doesn't have the money to afford these resources, it's really difficult to deliver, okay? So small client, one problem is budget. Another one connected to before, the brand awareness. If the brand is not well known and the average order value is a bit expensive, let's say above 100 euro, 100 pound, and you don't have a brand, it's really difficult to bring result. So before you have to build a brand, and then you talk to performance marketing, you can bring conversion. A good thing with working with small client is that it's much easier to deliver project and execute and get things done. Which one I prefer? Let's say I prefer cool startup if I'm small, and big clients, yeah. Sometimes the problem with small client that again, they don't have budget, but also they are demanding, and then it became really difficult to work well together. There are any celebrity that were your clients? Can you tell us? We didn't have like exactly celebrity as a client, no. We don't manage Instagram profile on our agency. Like we do more paid social advertising on Instagram and Facebook. Therefore, we don't manage profile, so we don't work directly with celebrity. We work mainly with big brand. What do I like most about my job? I'd say there are two parts. One, I like a lot working with my team, motivating my team, giving them goals to grow together, and seeing them excited about what we are doing. Also, I love to build a brand together, you know, and see like people are recognizing our brand and are talking about us and also like that is the second part is like to bring in results to our clients. That of course for an agency is super important and it's what gives you excitement. The problem comes when you don't deliver a result and the client is not happy. So there you need to understand what's not happening right, what's not going right, and try to fix it. Yeah, someone is commenting about going to my website. There are a strange variety of clients from Prada to a cold wall to companies in different business. Yeah, again, we're not really picky about clients. Like it's more like when a potential client contacted us, it's like more like evaluating if we are able to deliver, to bring result or not. If we see that something is not possible because of different reasons, could be for budget, could be for not enough resources internally in the team of the client, or like the product that we don't think is like good enough. So in that case, we prefer to not work because we want to be able to deliver what the client is expecting. But for the rest, if we see opportunity, we tend to work with different clients, like in different sector. We have clients also in real estate, we have clients in cosmetics, we have clients in design and furniture. So it's really varied. Of course, like the majority are in fashion and travel because also are the biggest spender in digital marketing. So like I think the fashion and travel, if you take all the company together, is basically 70% of the overall digital marketing spend worldwide. So that's pretty natural. Another question I got is like 3 things that you have to know before opening a digital agency. That's interesting. First, now you have to know that there's lots of competition. So it's really important to understand how you should position yourself and how you can differentiate from the competition. That's the first step I would take. The second one, you need to be good in PR in order to get clients on board. Most of the client we got to our business come through word of mouth. So like people recommending us or people that know me, work with me in the past. So to have a successful digital agency, like the part of having good client is really important. So you have to be able to get those on board and then to execute. So you need to also to know very well the operational part. So I think you need to have experience on your own about the operational part, and then in the future you can delegate it. So I think there's 2 things, like being able to know what are your unique selling points, so position yourself, and being good in PR and being good in operational things. Can you share some life hacks on how to get to notice your company, to get people to notice my company? That's interesting. So at the beginning was more like when I had a chance to networking, also with friends or like with ex-colleagues, I was talking about what I was doing and like consulting for digital and why I was good at and which kind of client I was working with and which kind of result I was bringing with them. So like every chance I had to do some networking, I was doing it. And that really helped in the beginning for the business to kick off and start. Right now, something work well for us is like doing content marketing through our blog. So we write quite a lot of content that help us to get traffic to our website and potential new lead to our business. Also, this content we use other platforms to share it, like LinkedIn or so on, and that's helpful in our case. And And then we try also other way, like doing SEO for our content, and sometimes also like some PR campaign. So working with external publisher to write content about us or interview with myself, and that has been beneficial for us to get new business. Let me see the next question. So 5 important steps for a fashion brand to work in digital if you don't have a supporting digital agency. Okay. So my first advice for a fashion brand is like give product away to influencer. That's easy and it's still working, and it's still effective, and probably is the best marketing tool at the moment for new emerging fashion companies that don't have much budget for marketing. So yeah, use your product for my select the influencers that you think are more appropriate for your product. They have the right user base, and contact them and ask if they're interested in promoting your product, and yeah, ship it to them and get some visibility. Likely this will bring to other content generated from people that see the product. Something else could be useful, like, yeah, it's also look inside of content of potential publisher. The PR part for new fashion brand is very important. So having the right publisher to talk about your brand, it's important to get a wholesaler or also like a potential buyer online to know your brand. So those two, and then having a nice, simple website. I wouldn't spend too much money in the website if there is not much budget. I would do something simple with Squarespace or Shopify, just to test the water. And I wouldn't spend much on trying to acquire a client to paid social ads or Google ads at the beginning, because if you don't have a brand, if you don't have a nicely known brand, likely you're not going to convert this traffic. So before I would start to build a brand to wholesaler, and then to influencer activities and to PR. And then when your brand starts to get better known, you can try to do some performance marketing in Google or social media and so on. Okay, I'm looking at the next question. So someone asking about our work with a cold wall. It's been a great project. It's a cold wall is fashion brand from UK that the designer is called Samuel Ross, and is one of the most talented young designer, upcoming designer. And we have been working with them for 1 year now, and we work mainly on paid social media and Google campaign. It's been an interesting experience. The brand is pretty well known, although it's young, because I think it's a 3-4 years old brand, but he has like something like 700,000 followers on Instagram, and it's doing well. They're doing well, especially with the capsule collection, the collaboration they do with other brands. And we're supporting them in promoting this kind of collection, this capsule collection mainly. Again, to the channel that I manage, I mentioned before, so social like Facebook or Instagram or Google mainly. Let's look at the next question. Would you change anything in your career if you had a chance? That's a good question. I never ask myself. No, to be honest, I'm pretty happy with my path and where I am now. And yeah, I don't have anything specific I would like to change. I like what I'm doing. I wake up in the morning I'm excited about what I'm doing, and yeah, that's I think the most important part. I see the other question I'm looking through. One of the questions I got is like, how did the pandemic affect digital businesses? So of course, the pandemic has been beneficial for digital businesses because it brings many more customers to buy online. Also, customers that before they were not used to purchase online, they find themselves like kind of like they had to buy online because they didn't have any other option, okay? Because retail were closed. Therefore, like the number that we're seeing this year on our client for e-commerce has been great. Enormous, like the growth compared with the previous year are huge. So digital business, of course, like got come out as a winner from this pandemic, but the one that got most out of it are the one that were prepared for that. So I've been already investing in online over the last few years. I've been like believing in the channel, and when this pandemic happened and the traffic increased and the conversion increased, the number of orders increased, they were able to deliver. Okay, while some other businesses maybe believed less in the online before and invested less. When this phenomenon happened, they had a problem. Like company that had really based much on retail, and they were not doing any kind of omni-channel activities, are the ones that suffer more from this crisis. So yeah, and we are seeing the same trend during this winter, like the growth of the online and digital is enormous, and it will continue next year for sure. Another question I got is, please tell me some example of your most successful campaign. Pretty difficult to say, and also I cannot maybe share too much details about our client campaign. So I prefer another question, please. One question I got is like, do you have any prediction on what the future is like for brand owners? Brand owners will have to use more and more like online wholesaler, because what I'm saying is that it will be difficult for us more medium-sized brand to compete with big online wholesaler, like perhaps Net-a-Porter, Mr. Porter, or like Yux, Amazon, and so on, because the kind of service they are able to deliver will be pretty difficult to match from small and medium-sized brands, okay, through their website. Because the kind of customer care logistic that the big wholesaler offer now and offer in future will be very difficult to match from a small medium-sized brand. Therefore, like the strategy should be focused on try to get agreement with this online wholesaler, and maybe try to don't invest too much money for direct marketing to the website, but trying using the money to invest in other digital marketing activity, like, as I said before, it could be PR influencer rather than bringing direct traffic to the website, because likely he won't convert as well as the big wholesaler convert, because the big wholesaler, again, offer like a much faster shipping time. They offer like, they have much easier policy about return, and they have much better usability on the website, and they have much more variation of product. So yeah, I will focus more on working with big wholesaler. Next question. How do you think the digital world spheres that you and your agency are working with will change after the pandemic? Okay. How do you think that the digital world that me and my agency are working on will change after the pandemic? That's interesting. I think there will be, like a lot of industry, like people will get more and more used to manage a project remotely. So there will be much less need of face-to-face meeting. There will be much more demand from client. So the investment in digital marketing in the coming 5 to 10 years will grow drastically. Therefore, there will be more competition, but also like more opportunities. So yeah, it's going to be interesting year ahead for digital marketing and digital businesses. The next question. I'm a designer and a brand that got particularly zero income since the pandemic. Although my Instant page has totally improved, still not so much clothes is being sold. Where am I wrong? Does actually this story with bigger social media, bigger money works? It's difficult to say where you're wrong, like without seeing the product and without knowing much about the brand. Depends also what's your average price. Like, and again, you should probably try to use other channels as well, not just Instagram. Try to use, try to work in PR, like if you know someone is a journalist and work for certain publisher that are related to your business, try to get in contact and try to see if you can get an article right about your product. That for sure is another channel that you can activate and can improve your conversion and revenue. Another question I got is how to be able to adjust to current situation, like with the pandemic. Are there any hacks for a business in this area? That's not entirely clear. How to be able to adjust to current situation, like for your business or for the business? I think in general for your business, like to adjust to the situation, of course, like the key is like going digital as much as possible. Of course, there are some certain business that is more complicated to do, but for sure we'll see a trend also after the pandemic is over that I think will happen around spring, summer next year. The digital channel will still growing and retail will suffer more and more, and people will get more and more used to buy online. What keep me motivated in my business? That's a good question. I would say result, like bringing result to my customer. My team, lately I get much amount of motivation from my team, seeing them inspired and excited about work. That's something really motivates me. And then, of course, there is the revenue part that is important. And also like building a brand, that's something rewarding, like building something that people recognize and that has some value, and seeing how over the years this has been changing and has been growing. That's something for sure that gives me motivation, you know. And also try to innovate. That's another thing that really motivate us. Try to find something new to offer to our client that add value to them business. And that's a tough part, but it's something that I think, especially working in digital, it's really important, like understanding what's the next trend, what's happening next. Like perhaps now we started to work more with new platform like a Snapchat or TikTok, and that's it's something that it's interesting for us. We are learning something new. At the same time, it's interesting for our clients because it's a new platform with a different targeting, and they appreciate that we can offer this service. Okay, like next year we're going to offer a service based on improving conversion to our client, called conversion optimization. So basically, trying to understand which kind of tweaks we can do to the UX in order to have the traffic to the website. So I got another question. I have traffic to the website, to people going to the website to buy more. Last question I got, I think this is the last one. We are running out of time. So two questions. One, how do I choose my teammates? So my team, that's super important when you're scaling a business, like being able to choose right your team and being able to put together a solid interview process is fundamental. Starting from writing a proper job spec that correctly describe the job, and then what we started to do with my team is like the first interview is me after we review the CV, and half an hour with a person to understand if it could get a good fit, and then we ask to do a task, and a task that is not an easy one. Task it could take 4 or 5 hours, but there you can understand like the level of knowledge of a person and also like the commit they have to get the job. And then we review the task, and if the task is good, it's going to have other 2 or 3 interviews with some of my colleagues, and then we decide if it's been employed or not. What I really suggest is like to hire slow and fire fast. Do you have a favorite quote about my business or life creator maybe? No, quote about my business, I don't have it. Life creator, I believe in, it's important to give yourself like goals of what you want to achieve. And I try to give myself some clear goal every year about where I want to go that year. It can be goals on different aspects, not just for business, social life, or like personal development and so on. I think it's the last question, this one. What do you think about TikTok, and what social network should be independent brand build the company? I think the way you choose your social network, I think, depends a lot from who is your buyer persona. Okay, so if you're targeting like young people, I would suggest to look into TikTok and Snapchat. Okay, those are kind of good platforms that tend to work well for younger people. That they have more, they are more used for younger people. While if like your business is more like a corporate or B2B, for sure invest on LinkedIn. So I think like having the clear idea of which is your target and your buyer persona, then will make you understand which social media you should focus on. And unless you have unlimited resources, I would suggest to focus on just 1 or 2 social media. Like perhaps we as an agency, we are just on LinkedIn. We are not on Instagram or Facebook. We don't see much value on being there, and we don't want to invest our resources in spending time in that. Okay. Yeah, I think we're running out of time. I want to thank you all. Like, if you have any other question, feel free to send me an email, add me on LinkedIn, and write me, and I'm happy to give you more information. Thank you so much, and have a good day.
you. Welcome, everyone, and thank you for joining this panel about time travel. We begin at the 1997 MTV Music Video Awards, and the video of the year goes to Jamiroquai for his hit song, Virtual Insanity. It claims that future will be made of, well, virtual insanity. Fast forward to 2020. We work online, socialize online, shop online. Online is the new normal. We have discovered that there is a method to the madness in virtual reality. Even the Oxford Dictionary chose Zoom bombing as the word of the year. Given the global health event now, more than ever, people could really do with an escape from reality. Ladies and gentlemen, I suggest 2020 is humanity's first virtual year. Fashion has always been at the vanguard of social change, and now is no exception. Within a short time, virtual fashion went from a wild card idea to a booming segment of the fashion tech industry. But what does it mean for your wardrobe? Every era has its visionaries and prophets. Our panelists today are the people who define what the future of fashion looks and feels like. From Los Angeles, I introduce Daria Shapovalova and Natalia Madianova, our co-founders of DressX, the first digital multi-brand fashion retail platform. From Amsterdam, Amber Jae Slooten, as the founder and creative director of the first digital fashion house, the Fabricant. From London, Jonathan Chippendale, the founder and CEO of Hallucion Agency, which helps brands engage virtual reality. He is on the digital advisory panel at the British Fashion Council. And also from London, Jennifer Drury and Dana Connell are founders of Brand Lab Fashion, which works on virtual showrooms and bespoke digital fashion experiences. Again, welcome everyone to Unlimited Art Virtual versus Real Clothes panel. With everybody's expertise, I think we can get a proper 360-degree look at our topic today. I will start with one question for each panelist before proceeding with an open discussion. We are familiar with ins and outs of traditional fashion industry. So first, I want to understand some differences between fashion as we know it and virtual fashion as it is developing now. So my first question is for Amber. How does designing digital garments differ from creating physical clothes?
Wow. Yeah, that's a very new, beautiful frontier. Because basically, you're able to do anything you like. You're no longer limited to physicality. So anything you can create, you can do that by putting in any type of fabric that you like. And for me as a fashion designer, I come from a traditional background. So I know what it's like to make real clothes and design real clothes. And I always felt like it was very slow and quite limiting because you create this garment and then you see what it looks like. And then afterwards, you cannot change it anymore. It's stuck. While in digital, it remains an iteration. So you can constantly keep on changing things. You can change the prints, change the fabrics, change the drape, change the fit. Anything is at your disposal. So to me, as a fashion designer, it was a huge liberation to actually start working in digital. Yeah.
Fantastic. And we're going to come back to this key differences between the physical and the virtual world. So my next question is for Brand Lab. How is the showroom experience different for virtual customers?
Yeah, that's a good question. I think we're all astonished at the kind of sudden cultural shift towards digital, and it's been a long time coming for, I'm sure, a lot of us on the panel. I think what we do in Brand Lab is not necessarily design the products in digital, but design the environments that the products can be purchased in and transacted. And we found it an incredibly enlightening year in terms of what we thought would perhaps take 3 to 5 years is happening now. And what we're finding is that when lockdown happened and the frustrations of lockdown were for everyone, but also a lot of benefits came out of lockdown, and people being used to that next normal or whatever it is. So one thing we did recognize, though, is that people want to feel immersed with their peers. They miss human interaction still, even though we're digital. So what we set out to do was design immersive environments where people, can transact in amazing products like digital products, like some of the panel are experts in, but do that in an environment where they felt they were with their peers. And we've developed gamification around that. It's been incredibly positive because I think people are resilient, and the type of thing we do is to connect people in environments to make them feel they're with their peers.
Nice. And I'm curious whether, Jennifer, you want to add anything to what Dan already said?
No, I was just going to say, I think the most important thing for us over the past 9 months, 12 months is just how receptive people have been to, the change in everybody's mindset, really, and how people have become more accustomed to working in, online, whether that be working from home and connecting with their colleagues or peers or customers. And I think that's been the biggest kind of change for us. Is initially we were met with a little bit of resistance when we first brought our product into the industry. However, people now are a lot more aware of us and products like ours. And I think they're just a little bit more receptive to using it. And I think now that they've kind of had to, if you like, they don't want to go back to the previous way of transacting and meeting their customers. So it's been a really positive time for us, really. But it's been really encouraging to see people's growth in the industry when it comes to digital.
Fantastic. And that brings me to the next segment, which is for Jonathan to answer. How is the marketing and PR different in virtual fashion?
Well, I think in some ways it picks up a little bit on what Brand Lab was saying. I mean, one of the things, we've all spoken about how sluggish, or we all know how sluggish brands can be when it comes to embracing digital. And in fact, one of the messages of COVID has been the acceleration that's gone in, and the acceleration is great to see, but the acceleration is based on the fact that growth in digital for the last 10 to 12 years has been somewhat limited. I mean, when we started 12 years ago, one of the very first conversations I ever had was with a very, very, very well-known name in the fashion industry who is now head of a very, very large group of companies. And he remembered him telling me, Jonathan, this is all very interesting, but until somebody can prove to me that the internet will still be here in 3 years, my brand's not going to go off and do anything mad and crazy in digital. So the bar was all set quite low. Where we are now, I think, under the conditions of the pandemic are, and I'm thinking about virtual space, because we've done as a creative technology, we work across a very, very wide range of technologies, and we've been asked to do some virtual space type of work. I think it's been interesting how brands, traditional luxury and fashion and beauty brands, the kind of brands that Halishan works with typically, the expression of everything that brand holds dear is being demonstrated through the store, through the bricks and mortar, through the look of the window, through the smell, through the carpet, through the way that salespeople address you, to the look of the product and the way it's merchandised. Everything revolves around that store. So I think it was a little bit ironic, perhaps, but perhaps not entirely easily understandable that when brands didn't have those stores, or consumers couldn't access those stores, they naturally looked at, can we recreate that experience online? And can we put that into a digital space? And I think what we found is there's an opportunity there. Yes, exactly. But I think there's also an opportunity to understand why human beings, from an anthropological point of view, shop and go into physical spaces, and why people shop online. And I think if we're going to do something physical in a digital space, we almost need to bolt together the best of both worlds. And the physical space, exactly as Brand Lab is saying, is a social space. It's an opportunity to explore and discover. Product is not presented to you by algorithms or AI. You have to go and seek it out and find it. And there's a joy, a kind of childlike joy in discovery. But I think there's also, the scale of product that's available in a website. And if you can merge those together, and I think also celebrate the fact that it's digital and overlay a sort of slightly fantastical element on top of it, so that actually it's not doing what the physical space can do, but almost, and no pun intended, augmenting that. I think there's some very interesting opportunities. And I'm very personally, as an analog luxury marketing director, that's my background, I'm very reassured that brands are still thinking about what they look like in the physical space, even if that physical space exists online now.
And of course, we have somebody on the panel, and I'm talking about Daria and Natalia from DressX, that can tell us a little bit about the process differences for retail and distribution for virtual brands. Can you share some of your insights?
Natalia, go ahead.
Sure, yeah. So first of all, of course, digital fashion is more healthy for the planet from the distribution point of view as well. Of course, from the production, of course, from the consumption, but from the distribution point as well. So here we have an opportunity, first of all, to deliver the product fast and without any emissions, without any problems with a lost parcel or late delivery. Here we have an opportunity also to be more inclusive, because digital fashion is actually for everyone, and like literally for everyone. There is no limitation in terms of the like shape of the body, no limitations in terms of the age, etc. The only limitation, you need to have an internet and you need to be connected. And that is something that is like growing, and globally we are all more connected, and digital fashion is another language to speak, same as the fashion being a visual language. For us to communicate messages and ideas. Here we have an opportunity to communicate that as well in a digital space where we are actually connecting, like right now. And that's very amazing about digital fashion.
And I will just quickly add that it's such a revelation for all the customers to be able to wear anything they ever wanted to wear, but didn't have an opportunity or an occasion, because it can be a couture dress, it can be something very fantastic. And we start from the notion that all of us became the avatars of ourselves on social media, let it be Instagram or Facebook, LinkedIn, any of those, because we're kind of a little bit different than in the real life. And that's amazing. We just want to support this creativity of people, and we all become creatives on social media, and it will only continue growing as we started our discussion with the lockdowns and the new state of things. And some of the habits, they will stay, those habits that we kind of learned, and we just started to do everything during the lockdown. Some of those habits will remain with us for a long time.
I have a gut feeling that some of the most prophetic words are being spoken today on this panel. Amber, I'm curious. I can see how working with digital clothes can help unlock their imagination, but should all designers learn how to create digital clothes, and why?
I think it's a valuable part for the future. I mean, I think all of us, right now we're on a video call, and we are being filmed as a person. But I think in the future, it's going to be different. Like, we will have virtual representations of ourselves. And, this can be in the form of an avatar, or maybe even in the form of actually wearing digital clothes later on your body, whether you can see that with a lens or with glasses or anything like that. I think it is essential for the future of fashion, to actually understand these technologies and to see what it can mean. Because the thing is, as a designer right now, if you're still investing in physicality, I mean, it's going to disappear. And I really hope personally that it will be less physical clothes and more digital clothes. And with that digital product, we're actually able to express ourselves within any sort of minutes differently of how we feel, because right now we're stuck with one look, right? It's like if you cut off your hair, in reality, it's cut. You can't go back. And I think in the virtual space, you're able to explore your identity. You're able to create all of these different expressions of yourself and change that within a minute. So I think that for designers, it's essential to step into this world, because it is liberating the identity, and it's actually also creating a closer connection to emotion and how we feel as humans. And it can actually become more of a language that we want to speak to each other, more so than it is right now. So I would say to every single fashion designer that graduates right now, it's like, invest, because a lot of companies are investing in it. So a lot of big fashion brands are looking into it right now. A lot of names are using it. And, back in the day when I started, which was 2014, 13, when I started investing in this, nobody saw that it was going to happen, as in like, it was really crazy to think that you would design digital clothes. Like, why? Everybody, when I was doing that, everybody said like, why would you do that? And right now there's brands coming out with video games. So, the link is sort of, is sort of set, because in this digital world, we have to express ourselves as humans. And how will we do that is the question. And I think every single fashion designer can bring a different flavor to what that is supposed to be. And I would love to see that.
Thank you, Amber. Fantastic points. I had a chance to read the latest report from McKinsey & Company that said that e-commerce adoption jumped a decade worth of value in the first 3 months of the pandemic. They called it the quickening. Unsurprisingly, the virus outbreak has been good for VR makers. IDC, a company that compiles data about the industry, said it expected sales of standalone VR headsets to grow about 30% in 2020. And some industry insiders told me that sales and use of VR apps had grown since lockdown began. So this is a question for Brand Labs directors. Do you see a quickening in fashion, and how does it manifest itself?
Yeah, definitely. I think the reason perhaps all of us here on the panel are in business in digital fashion is because perhaps we recognise that there's an inevitability to progress to the stage where it's used more and more. And I just think what's happened with COVID and the pandemic is that it's just quickened that inevitability, really. But I think the key thing is, and especially something picked up on something that Amber said about the expression, how you can change things. I think that's really important, because if you think what we do in creating virtual environments and virtual stores and showrooms and things, there is no limitation to square feet or size or where you're going to have a showroom. You can have a showroom in outer space. You can promote your swimwear brand on a beach or golf brand on a golf course. And I think the key thing is, though, the renders, the digital science, everything is getting better and better and better. So I don't just think it's about e-commerce. I think it's about the whole fashion supply chain, from manufacturing and design all the way through to sales, and then e-commerce and after-sales service can be digitized. And I just think it's perhaps an unstoppable movement now that COVID has accelerated. What do you think, Jen?
Good.
Yeah, no, I was just going to say, yeah, I do agree. And I think what we've seen, again, what we've seen over the last 12 months or 9 months specifically, has just been, how you talk about how it's quickened. And I think we saw ourselves in this position in maybe 5 years' time, where we had so many people on board, and we had so many similar organizations around us. But it's really encouraging to see that we have our place in the market, but there are so many aligned businesses that we can work with now going forward. And I think it is an end-to-end process now in digital, in fashion. And I think from a sustainability point of view, it's really important that we continue the same way that we have over the last few months. And it's it really is kind of growing as an industry now, and people are a lot more receptive to it. So I think it's a really exciting time for us in our business when we look at the opportunity of working with other people and kind of growing as a whole from an end-to-end perspective, from a customer perspective.
I love the shared optimism that's on display here today. And that brings me to a question for Daria. What happened to fashion tech? Has the industry skipped right over into virtuality?
I think for me, fashion tech, it's all about like how fashion is becoming more technological, but definitely like virtual aspect is becoming more and more important. But that's all the transformation of the fashion industry, right? Let's call it fashion tech or the new era of fashion. We all knew that fashion industry was not a disrupted industry, like it was kind of old and not disrupted for such a long time. So we waited for the event like that, for the event like pandemic to change the landscape. And obviously you was mentioning this report by Business of Fashion and McKinsey. And every year they were kind of delving into the topic of online and how it's changing fashion and tech in general. So I believe, like, as I always said, and we've discussed that when we both lived in San Francisco, that technologies will definitely change fashion the way it will never be the same again. As we used to work in that industry, it will be completely different. So now I definitely agree with Amber that all designers should start with becoming digital fashion designers. It's way easier, it's way cheaper. Everyone who wants to do a showroom, they need to start with like a virtual showroom, virtual experience. As so many brands, and they start to produce products, why don't just produce images and post them online on Instagram? So I think like we should just perceive everything that is happening right now and with the fashion industry different, and try to find ourselves either in tech or in virtual or somewhere, but not in the old fashioned scheme.
And it's true, because there's this saying in the industry, in the fashion industry, that there's very little new that is today. And I think virtual reality is this new frontier that's giving a special energy to the fashion industry. But VR is a new space, and there are a lot of people that will have access to this fashion experience. You know, as a fashion editor who writes for Forbes and L'Officiel, I now finally be able to see looks and angles that are not familiar in real life, thanks to virtual reality. But let's really talk business. And it seems that there is an emerging triangular business model involving a fashion designer, a production company, and a digital showroom. Of course, this model varies case by case, but I'm curious, Jonathan, 2020 is being dubbed as VR's big moment, but why is it still so niche?
Well, first of all, I'd probably say that we don't do VR, but we do AR, and we've been doing AR as one of the very many technologies that we've been working with for a long, long time. Jonathan is a big fan of VR, but Halation as an agency is not necessarily a big fan of VR yet, only because I think, and this is a personal view, I think some of the technology is held back by the hardware. So the notion of a virtual space I find beguiling and interesting and stimulating, and an amazing canvas to draw fantastic environments and create beautiful experiences. But I find it disingenuous to interact with that by putting on a heavy rubber sort of thing. So we do work. We do a lot of work in AR. I think. I mean, I'm very interested in what Daria was saying about fashion tech and the question you asked there, because one of the problems that we've seen over the years is that actually the reality is that the fashion industry, up until COVID, up until 2020, has been a terrible industry for any entrepreneur to get into fashion tech. And the reason is that the fashion industry, by definition, is constantly reinventing itself. So the technology side of it has been what's hot, what's new, what can I use? So if you look at the catwalks, one year it's been about holography, another year it's been about wearables, one year it was about drones, then it was about AI, then it was about AR, then it was about VR. And it takes ages and ages to kind of fine tune and perfect the technology. But the next year, the technology is being thrown away because they want something new. And it's only now, I think, that some of these technologies are being seen as being scalable. And actually, the tipping point, we always said over the years, the tipping point is going to come when actually the projects are not being commissioned by the marketing directors who have marketing budgets, who are always looking for something new, but actually from the merchandising teams, because then you know that the merchandising teams are seeing a value in what you do, and the fact that the money to pay for your project or your technology is coming out of their margin. And if they can accept that margin, they know you're going to be selling more, and therefore it's a viable and sustainable project. And that's definitely happening this year. I mean, in the AR work that we're doing, augmented reality work that we've been doing, we were just seeing huge take up. And that's not just take up because of lockdown. It's the quickening you were talking about. It's the acceleration you were talking about. It's the fact that you know, people are stuck at home and they're looking for some interesting changes in their lifestyle. They're looking at a bit of luxury. They're looking at trying to understand, you know, who they are and what they are. And some of these technologies are now, you know, very, very good. They've been around for a long, long time, and they've perfected. And I think there's something else here, which I think Amber was alluding to. I mean, when we think about digital fashion, I think, you know, the whole thing is predicated on that tipping point that all of us, we have a kind of online, we have an offline persona and we have an online persona, and actually increasingly that online persona is becoming more valuable, much more valuable than our offline persona, and that online persona, it therefore is a commodity, and there are people that want access to that commodity. Digital fashion fits in very neatly there, particularly as Amber was saying, your online persona is a place where you can explore different sides of your personality. It can be fantastical, it can be allegorical, it can be completely different than you as an individual. It's a place of fantasy, and I think that's where we get to with this link between gaming and fashion. There are a lot of similarities between gaming and fashion. There are a lot of dissimilarities too. I mean, both are tribal, both inspire huge loyalty in terms of their followers. But then they're not easy bedfellows either. I mean, gaming can be quite a dystopian place where you explore slightly darker areas of your life. And by the way, gaming is also about taking control and making your own decisions and moving through the world in your own place and calling your own shots, and brands are all about control. So I think the brands that are doing better in this space are the ones that are letting go a bit, and the ones that are recognizing that actually they don't necessarily have to control all of the narrative. And that notion of control versus freedom, flexibility versus rigidity, I think is, that's where the battle is. And I think if brands can let go a bit, then actually a lot of this area is going to unlock. If brands try and retain control, then I think it's going to retain quite a kind of niche look.
Jonathan, you've given me a great segue into our next question. And I just want to say we only have a couple of minutes left, so I would appreciate, Amber, as you answer the next question, to be as succinct as possible. Is symbiosis of digital and physical clothes possible? When can we expect augmented fashion?
Oh, I've been hoping for this, and I've been saying it's coming. I think 2016 I said it's going to come within the next 10 years, and now I think it's going to come within the next 5 years, at least. And I think the technology needs to be ripe for it. The thing is, technology is not there yet. What we see in iPhones right now, the LiDAR technology, for instance, that is in our iPhones, those kind of things are the things that's going to drive the innovation. And it needs to come from the tech, because all of the ideas are already there. Our holographic garments are ready to go, right? It's just about the technology that needs to exist and it needs to develop. But this will happen. And I think the more we invest in it and the more that we want to go into it, the faster it's going to come. And I know that it's possible, and I know that technology is there. It's just being developed, and it needs to become faster, and all kinds of things are going to help. But I think it's going to be I hope it's going to be the next 5 years, if not earlier. Yeah, that would be fantastic.
Thank you, Amber. Daria, very quickly, 5 seconds. What is the next big step for virtual fashion that you see coming in 2021?
Of course, virtual fashion on videos. All sorts of programs.
Nice. What about yes. No, great. And what about Brand Labs, the team? Can you share, what do you see as the next big step for virtual fashion next year?
Oh God, it's limitless, isn't it? Gamification, hologram technology, most definitely, and even ways of touching and feeling fabric in a remote way via sensors on gloves and things like that. It's just so exciting, the possibilities.
Thank you, Dan. Jennifer, anything to add to that? Any of your own predictions?
No, I don't think so. I think Dan's more or less summed it up. But yeah, just again, kind of more developments in virtual reality and kind of more augmented experiences, and just kind of following in on the last few months. I think it is very much about being where everyone thought we were going to be in 5 to 10 years' time, maybe in 12 months' time. So the acceleration is really exciting.
I want to leave everybody with the following quotation from Charles Laundrie's book. Digital technology is a revolutionary force, and it needs a guiding picture of what we want from its power as citizens. And this needs an ethical anchor to guide us with our policies and investment, which really should be about solving the global and local problems that really matter. I would like to thank our panelists, our pioneers, for helping us understand how virtual fashion will influence the industry and our wardrobes. It makes me feel enthusiastic and optimistic about the future. And that alone is a great accomplishment for 2020. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
we live now?
I guess.
Okay, so what should we talk about? We're supposed to touch on...
Should we like meet each other maybe for a sec? I think that... I'm Emmy, nice to meet you, you know.
Right on, nice to meet you.
And I mean, I guess I think what you started talking about was a good start. I have some points to go off that so you can carry on your thoughts and I'll cut you off at one point.
Should I just say what I said before then?
Yeah, I think that's fine.
I mean, so what I was saying prior to this all setting off is, I think the importance of photography or film, you know, or moving images and anything visual is probably the most important aspect of any branding in these, you know, in this moment when everybody basically lives via social media, where, you know, I mean, there's so many brands in the world, there's so much shit, there's so much garbage, so much stuff that arguably we don't need. So if you have a brand that you feel like is doing something different, that's fantastic. But the end user, when I think that the majority of the way that people view things is via social media or print publications and online publications, blogs, etc. If you don't have a strong visual story to tell through strong imagery, whether the photography is actually good or whether just the concept behind the photography is good, both of those are equally valid, then you're able to set yourself apart from other brands potentially making the same shit as you, or something.
I think what you said before, what was interesting was that the imagery you build around the company is maybe, and I think definitely more important than the product itself.
Yeah,
I think that really works in our time because there's such a surplus, but also because since a while, it really has been that that we've been selling like the idea and the ambiance, like the vibe, whatever. We're no longer really selling products, you know, because there are just too many companies competing for the same thing. And I think in the 90s with photography, there was a huge shift in that where people started selling like the lifestyle. And it's funny how some people still don't get it. Like I find that, I don't know if you ever run into this, because I mean, your work is quite specific. So I don't know exactly how you interact with clients, but I run into this a lot where brands really want images to be really focused on product. And I think that's like a huge mistake.
Yeah. It's so boring. Yeah.
Yeah. Because there's just so much more, like there's so much more to tell. And I think now people also want a personal connection. So they want an image or like their imagery to tell a story, like to tell about the brand, to tell about how it's fitted to you, like why should you buy them instead of someone else? Why is it unique? And you can do all that through the content you're producing instead of just like showing off that, oh, look, we have another phone. It's like, there's so many.
Right. But I mean, if you treat your product like, imagine your product is like a celebrity. It's like celebrities are only as valuable as like now at least. And since tabloids were invented, like we only really care about celebrities due to their real life story or whatever chooses to be captured by the paparazzi and what have you. So like the person itself, which in this case we can relate to the product that you're trying to sell, is only desirable because they're either relatable in whether it's through their faults or through their strengths or whatever it is, or just how normal they are. You know, and like, we don't like, it doesn't matter if they're the most beautiful person in the entire world or the most fit person or the best actor or the best singer or whatever. It only has to do with the fact that there's a story behind it. And like, you know, I mean, when a celebrity becomes a philanthropist, for example, arguably they become much more interesting because now there's a story where it's like Angelina Jolie has adopted all of these children and like, you know, and it's fantastic. And she's, you know, helping people all the time. And like, I'm just using her as an example, but and in the same vein, her father, John Voight, is a horrible person due to being a major right-wing conspiracy theorist and what have you. But although he's a fantastic actor, nobody cares about that because of the story behind him. So the images become the story behind the celebrity, and the celebrity is just the end product that the user consumes via their music or their movies or what have you. So without strong imagery, you can make the greatest items in the world. You can make the most innovative, forward-thinking, beautiful, whatever it is, intricate products in the world, but nobody gives a shit, because if they can't relate to it and see it in a way that they can identify it either as something relatable in their life or as something so fantastic that they probably won't ever truly be able to achieve that lifestyle, but they might want to aspire to that lifestyle. I think that is the strongest thing, along with having strong imagery, being able to thusly validate your brand by, like, let's say you're a student designer and you work with Stephen Klein or something like that. Instantly, you know, your work is validated by working with a photographer who is able to kind of capture. And
you have to be a pretty rich student designer, though, to be able to work with Stephen Klein.
I'm sure they exist.
They definitely do exist. I think also imagery gives you a chance to build the world around your product, because I think that's really important, because different, like, you know, the same product can be viewed in different ways, and to make someone convinced like this one is for you, it really depends on the vision of the company. And I don't know, I think like companies like Glossier or something like this literally like build their whole company on the fact that they had a very like specific, very strong marketing strategy, and the way that they made their imagery made it super relatable, like really for everyone, about this natural thing, blah, blah, blah. It was super simple, the concept, but it worked like really, really well, because they only have like few products, which are like always sold out, and the business is growing really fast. And I think there are a lot of like examples of these kinds of small brands like making like a really quick start, like comparing to, you know, like huge companies where they're taking things like more slowly. And I don't know. I think it's also interesting, like, or valid to take risks with imagery these days, because I think there's so much that you want to stand out. And obviously when I say risks, I think any risk should be validated. Like, you have to have a thought behind it. You have to think it through and everything. But my problem a lot of the time with clients is also that everyone is trying to target everyone. And there's like a great quote by Lisette Model, like this really great photographer from 20th century. Like, the more specific you are, the more general it will be. Like, the more specific you are with who you're trying to reach, the more the person will feel the connection, and the more people will understand like the depth of the connection. So I think that's a mistake young brands make a lot when they try to just like include everyone, not meaning like, obviously I think I never
unique or whatever. Whereas like if you gear it towards a more focused demographic.
Yeah, like you have to know your audience, like you have to know your focus group. And also like, you're not going to be the second H&M, you know, just because it's different time now. That's not how, like, they made their head start, because like them and Zara, whoever, like those companies, they made their head start because they did it at the right time. Like now is not the time for that, because they already took the market. Like, I think now the brands that do well are the ones that make a very specific, like choose a very specific direction, have a very specific target audience, and like really stay true to themselves. I think that's also important. Like the idea of always like having a point of view and sticking to it. Like, I mean, I don't know. For me, when I buy clothes, like even to step out of this, but to go to a, like the consumer side, because I think about this a lot. Like whenever clients ask me to like show the product, I always think like, have I ever really like bought something because I saw the product? Like, no. Like, but I bought stuff from like because this campaign was so genius that I was like, wow, this designer is really cool, because to think of that was super smart.
For sure. I mean, there's two ways to think about it, where like, if you think about it from like the social media base, like arguably, don't you think arguably like with the social media base and like the Instagram viewer, the vast majority of people would probably engage with the most basic kind of imagery, as anything a little bit too cerebral or too conceptual may fall on deaf ears. Whereas like if you're doing editorial or a campaign or whatever, that's not primarily geared towards social media, but may be seen on billboards and blah, 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 where, you know, I mean, I just constantly am fighting with the fact that like, whenever I post what I feel to be, talking about Instagram, for example, when I post an image, which I view as like one of my strongest images, which let's say, for example, it's the perfect composition or the perfect light or the perfect, you know, gesture, what have you. And then you post it and the comments that show up underneath that are like, oh my God, cute shoes, where can I buy them? And I'm just like, die. Like that's not what any of this is about. So like, don't you think that if you took, you know, in a lot of the situations, besides things going viral and like Kim Kardashian validating something by posting it or what have you, don't you think that like an image that's too conceptual or too abstract might fall on blind eyes?
I don't know. It's complicated. I think it really depends on your goals and what are you trying to do. And, you know, if your goal is really to be commercially successful and that's like the end, and you're trying to make like the most valid strategy on that, that's one thing. Versus if your goal is to make a product that is commercially successful, but maybe like not the most commercially successful, but also makes you feel good about yourself. I don't know. That's different. And, but I totally understand what you're saying. Like when you post some things, like work that you really love, and then you're like, okay, this is not the reaction that I expected. I totally get that. But for me, it goes both ways, to be honest. Like, but I think this is just like this thing that artists have a lot. Like for me, if I post something that then gets really good feedback, I'm like, well, this was actually something really important and smart, and too many people thought it was just cute. Like, this is wrong. And then I'll post something that is really smart also in my head, and then it doesn't get much reaction. And then I'm like, no one really got that. Maybe it's not that smart. So I think that's just like an artist complex.
Right. Yeah. I mean, okay. Yeah. It's a conundrum, like for sure. Like, I mean, in this day and age, like obviously, but okay, sorry, going back to what you were saying before, like, especially with like, let's, since we're supposed to be talking about new designers or young designers or local designers, I think that the number one thing that needs to be thought of, and it's very difficult, especially when you start off without like a good financial base or without a good following, for example, I think the number one thing is what you were saying before, and this relates to it, is maintaining integrity, which is kind of lost in this day and age in a little bit. Like it's so easy for people to just throw away integrity in order to see a financial return. And I think that people need to, I think that the most important thing, and the thing that matters the most with integrity, is not thinking about what's going to go into your pocket today. Like, let's say, yeah, it's like 30 years. So like if you sell like 1 million of the hottest shit right now that nobody needs, like in 30 years, are you still going to have a business, or can you have a little bit of cachet and integrity? And like, I mean, brands like Louis Vuitton and Christian Dior and whatever didn't just like start and like just be like commercial entities. They were like, all right, we're going to make this, and it's going to take some lady sitting in a room under a light, like 7 days to make this one small thing, and that's our brand. And they're like, yeah, we could have it done in Bangladesh for a fraction of the price, and yeah, they'll probably still look the same, but there's not going to be the story there. And 100 years later, are we still going to have a business model? Whereas like still, when there's a Dior haute couture show or a Chanel haute couture show, and they have like Les Sages doing all the embroidery, and that dress is going to be like $400,000 and one woman is going to buy it, maybe, if they're lucky, they still maintain the integrity of the brand by utilizing the best of the best in order to maintain their cachet and in order to create something that may not be the most financially viable product for the masses, definitely not, but like there can be something that adds to their story. And let's say nobody buys that Lesage embroidered dress, but as a marketing tool, as something that shows how in love with the craft Chanel or whatever is, you know what I mean? Like,
I think that's also important. I don't know, I think about this a lot personally, the idea that like when you go into an artistic business, like whatever it is, you know, like when your job is something creative, it's always a risk kind of, and you're always taking that risk because it's not the most stable industries, you know? And for me, whenever I catch myself like making some decisions that, you know, like when I'm putting money first or whatever, I'm always like, you took this risk, so you might as well like carry this risk on and actually use it for what it is, you know, like give it your all instead of then sabotaging this integrity like that you're talking about. And to be honest, for me, I've thought about this a lot again, like none of the projects that I've done where I went and compromised with myself really gave me that much feedback, I guess, like in the long run. And then the ones where I really like was maybe a pain to work with, but like stated that, no, we talked about this, we're going to have to stick to this plan. Like, this was important. This is important. This detail is important. We have to do it exactly like this. And the clients or the magazines, whatever, were supportive of it. Then those were the projects that went like viral or like whatever, you know, that gave a lot of feedback. So in the end, I think if you're taking like, if you're being honest, it does pay off. Maybe just not instantly or maybe not quite as easily as you would like, but in the long run, it's much more important.
Yeah.
And I find the same actually with like little brands. Like, I don't know how, but even from Instagram, for me, it's funny. Like I notice sometimes certain things and I save them and it's nobody, you know, like I have a lot of friends who I follow who are like design students, like at St. Martin's or something, who are like second years or something, like really young. And then you notice something I'm not really paying that much attention, but I just remember saving this thing. And then 3 years later, you see them doing like super well. So I think when people stick to who they are, it does work.
Right. Yeah. You have to be very like stubborn, but also very, I don't know what the word is I want to use, but you have to like talking about like your photo shoot, you have to hold your guns and like not really budge it's all about integrity really in the long run. And
like don't compromise with yourself. I think that's important. Obviously you have to compromise sometimes for like costs or whatever, like there are logistics, but there are certain things which you feel like it's a compromise with yourself, not with, you know, like the team or whatever, because that's also important. Like a lot of the time or almost always it's teamwork. So there are other people and their opinions are valid and you have to remember that. But if you know that you're really not doing something that feels right, like you probably shouldn't be doing it.
Yeah. And another thing that I always like to kind of reference, going back to like the big fashion houses and integrity again, is like, I remember back in the day when I first started, you know, doing what I do professionally, and like I was able to, my rates were quite high. And then some kids came along and they started doing very similar to what I do, maybe not at the same quality level, but that doesn't matter, for let's say 10% of what I was charging at the time. And I was like talking to my girlfriend at the time and she was like, and I was like, should I bring my rates down? Should I be cheaper in order to get more work? And her response was like, no, you never want to be the price guy. And I was like, well, what does that mean? Like, what if I don't sell, you know, what if I don't get hired because I'm too expensive? And then you kind of think about like when Louis Vuitton or Dior or Chanel or any of these people came out, like they didn't start selling suitcases for like the same price as everybody else. They were like, no, this suitcase is 3,000 euros more than the other person's suitcase. And you know, they didn't slowly like increase their prices. It's like when Karl Lagerfeld increased the price of the timeless classic like Chanel bag. He was like, this is how much this costs. If you want to have this bag, it costs this much, and like that is what it takes to carry this bag. And that's a bold move to like, but it's one of those things to where like that also validates. I'm not saying that I don't think a Chanel bag should cost $6,000, but But you understand what I'm trying to say. It's like,
yeah,
if a Chanel bag was $250, nobody would want a Chanel bag because everyone would have a Chanel bag and it would be passé. Like,
I think this also relates a lot to, I mean, I think this would work with brands too, but I say this a lot because I teach at a university, like a photography school in Moscow sometimes. And I say this a lot to my students, like not to start working until they feel like their work is really worth paying for and they feel happy and they feel like they can charge well for it. Because if you build yourself a name being someone cheap, it's really difficult to then like charge 10 times more, you know, like it's kind of stupid. Like, why would the client pay 10 times more? So it's much better to like bring your work to a certain level where it's actually good, where it's actually worth this price, you know, you're worth this price, and you can like sell it to people and then they know what they're paying for. Then you start off as like something half good, half done, like whatever. I think in fashion, there's a lot of that too, because a lot of the time, like production, especially for small brands, it's difficult, you know, like you have to go through a lot of stages. So like, don't start so you get a reputation of someone who is bad, like someone who's like products fall apart, because this happens a lot. Like I hear this a lot from friends, because it's actually like, we don't think about it that much when we're on the other side, but to even make like a smallest thing, to make all the seams and find all the like right printers, materials, blah, blah, blah. It's so much work. Like don't launch too early, basically.
for sure. Yeah. I mean, that's the unfortunate thing with the pace that fashion works at now is like, there's so much pressure to just constantly have new stimuli, to keep people engaged, because now it's all about relevance. So that's another thing, going back to like the importance of a visual facade or whatever to your business. It's like, you don't need to post, you don't need to have new content every day or every week. Like, it's better to release like one mind-blowing campaign or whatever on a much more reasonable schedule, where it's every 6 months or even annually or whatever, something that's lasting and something that will, like, there's photos, it's rare anymore, but we still go back to photos from the 80s and 90s and 70s and 60s that are going to be photos that people 200 years from now still look at. Can we say the same thing about campaigns and editorials that are being created right now? Like, obviously the art form is moving forward with better technology and different lighting techniques and different ways of thinking and with post-production, but like, just creating for the sake of creating is, in my opinion, kind of...
I think also something that happens a lot is, for me at least, with small brands, they come to you and they want to cover all grounds in one shoot. They want like images that are campaign images and lookbook images and something they can also maybe use for just like content on social media, all in one shoot, because they're trying to save costs. Right. So in the end, you get like a shoot that's quite big. It was a pretty big production, but the images aren't like clear enough to be lookbook. They're not strong enough to be like crazy good campaign images. And you end up just with like a lot of fillers. So it's always better to like split your money wisely. Like, yes, you're going to have to spend more, but you can split it. Like, you don't have to release stuff all the time, as you said. And it's better if you shoot like a clear lookbook that really shows the product. And then you only shoot like, I don't know, 3 campaign images, but they're like actually amazing, because it's really difficult if you have 60 looks to make them all like incredibly amazing and interesting and also show all the details of the clothes, like it's actually impossible.
Yeah, but I mean, it's the perfect allegory for that is to, if you go to the grocery store, they're going to have fine meat and fine cheese and fine produce, but if you go to the butcher, they're going to have the best meat. You go to the cheese shop, they're going to have the best cheese. You go to the fish place, they're going to have the best, you know what I mean? Like, it's this new world mindset of the supermarket where people think that they can just make one stop and get everything that they need, and you end up diminishing your product in the end. Like, I mean, as much as I would love to shoot the campaign lookbook and content, get paid for all of that, like, from the brand perspective, I think it makes more sense to diversify a little bit, and your lookbook should be different than your campaign, obviously. For sure. And then your content, your intern can shoot that. You know what I mean? And I realized,
honestly, how important, because I like in the beginning I was kind of supportive of that. I was like, okay, let's try, like let's make this, try to make this work. And then sometimes like I would see how it wasn't, you know, sometimes it would work, sometimes I would know it could be better. And then once I was with the stylist friend and she was selecting looks, and I realized actually that for a lookbook, it is really good when it's just very simple and very clear, and you don't need this crazy artistic vision, whatever. So, because actually it's distracting, you know, because lookbook is there for you to see the looks, and then you can shoot the campaign that's small and strong and focused, and there you can put like all your creative things into. So you have to split.
Yeah, and also if you sit there shooting 60 looks front, side, and back like e-commerce, and then they say, okay, let's go do something creative right now, you're gonna be burnt out anyway. So like,
for sure.
So, I mean, yeah, it just depends what you want to focus on. But again, I think going back to what we started with, I think that just focusing on the story of what you're trying to sell, like forget that you're selling clothes. Like, yes, that is what people are going to end up giving you money for in exchange for your product, but you need to realize that that's not going to last, and that you need to focus on leaving a lasting impression so that in 100 years or 10 years or whatever it is, people still remember your brand's name. Like, and that's, I think that's difficult to think that far down the road, especially when you're just starting out. But I think that it's the most important thing. It's the same thing with life in general. Like the younger you are, the harder it is for you to think about the future. And then the older you get, you realize like how finite life is and how much more life you might have left. And you start to kind of like plan a little bit better. But when you're 17 or 20 years old or whatever, like, arguably you don't quite understand what 5 years down the road really might look like. So I think being constantly conscious of a timeline, being organized, and like just always like projecting your brand like 5 years into the future, and like knowing that if you invest, it's like with any business, if you invest now into the infrastructure, which would be in this situation, the creative infrastructure to build a strong story today, like right when you start out, versus doing it in 10 years. And then everyone's like, oh, this brand has just had a transformation. It's like as much value as that might have down the road, like how much cooler would it be to just always have been the shit, and like to have always.
I also feel like, to be honest, it's rare, you know, unless you have someone like really backing you up, that a transformation really works. Like, with this kind of business, I always, especially if we talk about like one specific market, be like at the local market or a global market, at each one of them, you get kind of one shot, to be honest. I feel like if you screw up your one shot, it's very difficult to rebrand. Like you have to invest same amount of money to rebranding. Like you might as well just start a new company.
Like a celebrity, like if you get caught
for
overdosing
sure.
or whatever, you're done. So yeah, I think that being really focused and maybe you have to spend a little bit more money, or maybe you have to spend a little bit more time and push your collection back 6 months to the next season, just to make sure that it's finely tuned and whatever. Then
for sure, I think that's actually a really good point too. Like I was listening to a podcast with the creator of Orson & Iris, this brand that like became really big on through Instagram basically, and through like managing the visual content well. And it started off as like a couple of products where she made like a top and then another top and then like one more thing, and she released them like as she was ready, because when you're not a big house with reputation who needs to do this like fashion shows every season, blah, blah, blah. Actually, you can work in your own schedule, and you can make up your own schedule and make sure you're producing content you're actually happy with and product that's actually good, instead of like just trying to run this race, which actually is like not going to lead you anywhere if you're not ready.
Right. No, I mean, and we're almost done here. We only have a couple minutes left, but I think that the perfect way to look at it is like one of the most like baller moves that I've seen exist is Raf Simons stepping down from Dior because he was no longer able to create to the level that he wanted to create. And that man was arguably making more money at Dior than he would have ever done with his own brand. And to step back and say like, no, look, I'm creative. This is what I want to do. This job is making me less creative because I don't have time to indulge in new experiences, which is how I get my creativity. he stepped down. And for me, that's like the most impressive thing ever, you know, like
for sure.
He did it on his, I don't know if he was pushed out, who knows what the actual story is, but like that, I respect that move so much, because like that guy could have stayed at Dior maybe forever, you know, and like, and been remembered for that, but like he left because it wasn't the right match. And for me, that like, I always loved Raf Simons, but for me, that was like the coolest thing in the whole world, because he stayed true to what was important to him. And in the end of the day, when he's on his deathbed, he will know that he made the right choice. And that's the thing that you have to think about, is when you get to the end of your life, you look back and you want to make sure that you left something behind that matters, whether it's to you or to other people, doesn't matter. But like, just feel like you did something that like left a little mark, right? Instead of just creating shit. Sorry about all my language, by the way. Anyway,
I think that's a pretty good story to end on, honestly. Like this idea of like looking back on your life and being like, is this what I want people to think of me? So I think that's a pretty good ending note.
Okay, well, cool. Nice to talk to you. I think that was pretty good conversation for a
yeah, I mean, for us meeting for the first time and like not having a brief really. So
cool. All right. Спасибо большое.
Bye.
Bye. How do we sign off here?
welcome to Fashion Futurum Forum. My name is Liga Zemture and I am editor-in-chief of Lucilla Baltics. Today we will be discussing very essential topic that's important and very interesting for all designers, and actually I have to admit for myself too. So today's theme will be celebrities wearing my brand. Who doesn't want that, really? Your design to be featured on red carpet, worn by a celebrity. So my guests today are Michaela Erlanger, celebrity stylist from New York, and Michael Carpin, celebrity stylist, fashion editor, and image architect from Paris. Welcome, Michaela and Michael. Hope you both are feeling great, and let's start our discussion with short introduction of yourselves. Michaela, in few words, please tell us about yourself.
It's nice to meet everyone, and I'm so happy to be here. Thank you for having me. I am a celebrity stylist based in New York City. My clients include Meryl Streep, Lupita Nyong'o, Diane Kruger, Common, Jared Leto, and many others. I have been styling celebrities and editorial publications for about the last decade. And I am thrilled to share my knowledge with all of you today, and I'm excited to be a part of this discussion.
That's amazing. We are excited that you are here. And now, Michael, please shortly introduce yourself as well.
Hi, guys. I am happy to be here with you. I'm Michael. I'm based in Paris. I'm now a celebrity stylist. My background is shooting a lot of editorial for Vogue, Harper's Bazaar, Elle, L'Officiel, and many more. After that, I start working with models and supermodels. And I'm now more close to the French supermodel, Cindy Brunner, which I absolutely drawn her image through the years. And I think with her kind of Frenchy people see right now, and it's really cool because it's really difficult, in fact, especially in the world of celebrity worldwide, when you're like a European and you get involved into the major carpet worldwide. It's absolutely cool right now. So we're going to discuss all of this today. Which is
that's amazing. We are very, very happy to have you both. And so let's move to the questions. We have so many, and all the designers are so eager to find out how to work with the celebrity stylists and how to send all designs to you. So the first question would be, okay, let's start with you, Michael. So who should designer contact to suggest their clothing? Is it directly you? Is it agencies, or how does it work?
Start with me?
Yeah, let's start with you.
All right. I mean, for sure, if you see a relationship between an artist and a stylist, you should always reach out to the stylist. Most of the time, if you go directly to the celebrity, I feel you cut the relationship, or the line who should be stylist bring to the artist, because it's absolutely important. The trust those two people are together, you have to pass first by the stylist, which I think the first thing, because I think celebrities see so much things to have the crush. So if you go directly to them, after that, discuss with the stylist. If you have another vision, it's going to be complicated. So I think the best thing is the stylist bring the vision to the artist from my side.
Okay, and Michaela, what's about situation in USA, New York, and
Absolutely. I think I agree with Michael. It is important that the brands first reach out to the stylist. That is really where the initial relationship will start. And our clients have entrusted us to help create and develop their image. And their image is an extension of their brand. So it's our job to make sure that we are presenting them with the options that are authentic and that will help in creating that image, whether it's for the red carpet or for a magazine and so forth. And I think that, there are so many brands across the world. You have to keep in mind, stylists, we're doing everything from head to toe, from the shoes to the undergarments, to jewelry, eyewear, fashion, all the clothing, couture, the whole 9 yards. So we also get inundated with a lot of inquiries and requests. And again, in developing that relationship, it's important that you reach out and that you follow up too. We're always working on different types of projects, and just because we might not be able to respond right away, or perhaps it's not the right fit for one client, it doesn't mean it won't work another time or for a different client. So definitely the relationship between the designer and the stylist is paramount. We are kind of like the brokers of it all.
Yeah, perfect. So, and how do you usually find celebrity who will appreciate the brand's idea and the spirit, share the spirit? You feel the celebrity, you know them, and then you're trying to find the perfect match, yes? Or how does it work?
I think, it is a stylist's job to educate their client. And it is a stylist's job to also interpret what their clients' needs are and likes are and preferences are. So perhaps I have a client who's focused on sustainability and only wants to wear sustainable brands, or perhaps, I don't know, there's another particular message that is important to them. It's my job to present to them the brands that fit that. And to educate them. There's no way that they could possibly know or have sort of the expanse, because there's so many incredible designers out there that do incredible different things. So yes, it does sort of start with us. And some clients are more receptive. Some are more knowledgeable than others. Some love fashion, some don't have a clue. It really does range. And again, it's our job to sort of guide our clients through that process.
And what do you do with the celebrities who doesn't have a clue? Like it's quite a hard job, I suppose.
It really is. It's a learning process. It's a learning curve. It comes with shared trust. It comes with time. I work with a lot of emerging talent who, for the first time, will be walking on the red carpet, or have a major blockbuster movie coming out, or will be going to Cannes Film Festival for the first time, or doing a movie premiere. And it can be overwhelming for them at times, because they have to focus on doing their job, which is promoting their film and answering questions and doing press and so forth. It's our job to guide them along the way. And I actually really love working with emerging talent, both on the designer side and on the celebrity side, because I believe that you really are able to, you're able to help both sides grow. So it really is, it's a process.
Yeah, it might be very amazing and intriguing process. So Mikael, what do you think about delivering brands' spirit and idea to celebrity?
I feel most of the time we're like psychologists. Like she said, we have to educate the clients. We need to know them. And also, like fashion is about express. With the looks you express, you have a message to spread. The look gonna say what you want to say, even you say nothing. So your stylist is gonna help you through the process of vision. When someone know you, he's gonna bring the best for you. That means like you're gonna understand exactly what you want to say this day, at this moment, on this red carpet, at this event. And this is what I call a relationship between celebrity and stylist, because reality is we're like a relationship when we clip. When we work with emerging talent, it's absolutely different, because for sure we bring them maybe where the stylist, the others already gets. So they have to also, we have also to educate them through the process, because you're not arriving to the top, the step, there's a road to follow. And we're here to guide you. Even like not everyone can be Lady Gaga when you arrive on the scene. So we're here for that. We need to canalize all the energy, everything. So yeah, for sure, I feel with psychologists through the vision, through the heart, through a lot of things. But when we understand each other, it goes really quick. What you want to say, we're going to understand and bring the message without you talking.
Yeah, Michaela, I hear you have something to add.
Well, I'm nodding in agreement because I mean, it is so true. You really, every time your client is photographed, you know, those photos go around the world. And there really is a lot of weight in what you wear. So you really are making a statement, whether or not you're saying something or not, to Michaela's point. You really are sharing a message. And at least in the States, you know, these days, there was, you know, there have been, the red carpet has kind of evolved. And what you say, I think people look to what you're wearing in order to communicate that. You know, we have seen the Golden Globes when everyone wore all black versus people who are wearing sustainable fashion or vintage or whatever it might be to support whatever message, let alone maybe the message of their film or whatever it is that they're promoting or what is important to them. So there is a lot of weight in what you wear.
Yeah, and actually how you find the contact with celebrities? You both are amazing stylists, but I think it's a way for you as well to find this with whom to work. And Meryl Streep, it's like, oh my God, or Lupita, it's amazing. So what's the process, or like how do you click with the clients, or how you find them?
Well, you know, in my case, at least it works one of two ways. Either the clients reach out to me, and stylists have agents. So we're represented by agencies that negotiate, you know, our fees and also our bookings and our schedules and help to make sure that everything runs very smoothly, because sometimes we have to travel with our talent and it can be a logistical situation. But either the client will approach you, or the publicist that represents the celebrity will approach you and say, I'm interested in, you know, having you style X, Y, and Z, and can I set up a meeting? It's kind of like dating. You know, you have to click. There has to be a natural synergy and relationship and a level of trust. And the other way it works is sometimes I'll approach talent and I'll say, oh my gosh, you know, or my agent will reach out and say, are they looking? Michaela loves so-and-so and would be delighted to work with them. And sometimes it happens that way. More often than not, though, the publicists will reach out when there is talent that is looking for a glam squad, right? The hair, the makeup, the stylist, the whole package. And it typically will happen around the promotion of a specific film. But the goal is always to create a long-lasting relationship. Celebrities don't want to have to change their stylist or their hair and makeup team 100 times.
Yeah.
You want to find the right fit, because when you have that level of trust, you can also really grow together. And so, you know, that's always the goal. And sometimes you'll see people change or it doesn't work out or whatever it might be. But the hope is that you really are developing a long-lasting relationship.
And you mentioned that these are agencies. I think that for many designers, there is like always this big question. Okay, I want to send my design piece to, and then he like kind of stops and he doesn't understand what
it's
kind
not
of
the agent. It's not the agent.
It's not agencies. It's like stylists, directly stylists. Yes.
It's the style, send to the stylist.
Okay.
The agency is only our representative to handle our, you know, negotiating our fees and our bookings and our schedules. They represent a lot of stylists, so it's a great resource. If you need information, if you need an email address, you can reach out to the agencies and they might provide it to you. And they represent a lot of us. So,
but I think nowadays, is it like good approach to write you, for example, on Instagram, or it will be lame? Yeah,
absolutely. I check at least for me, I don't know for other people, but I check that's how I discovered new brands. Instagram's an incredible resource and tool. I check my Instagram inbox just like I check my email. So I'm very responsive on it. I think, again, there's no hurt in reaching out to people in whichever way you are able. If you don't have someone's email, then that's a good place to start. But I mean, I've discovered incredible brands, especially new brands, for the first time through Instagram. So yes.
Me too, for the magazine.
Yeah.
I'm always looking.
Great.
Yeah. So, Mikael, regarding these questions, what do you think? Like, how do you find the contacts with celebrities, and how it's better to approach you? Is it like through the mails or through agencies or like Instagram?
I mean,
Tell
you
us.
can try everything, like every sort of platform, mail, Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, whatever. I mean, like, if the moment we're gonna go through the message and everything, there's one day, even we didn't see it the moment, there will be, we always have these moments, we have a moment alone, and we go back to everything. So even we didn't see you, we're gonna see you one day, and we're gonna have a surprise or not. But we're gonna have an interest and like start something together, because for sure, I mean, like our work is to discover like young designer, new design for our clients. For sure, we're gonna have one time to look. No offense, don't feel mad, don't feel afraid. For sure. Just be brave. Just send your message. One day, for sure, we're gonna work together. This is really like best advice.
So it's the best to send you like the presentation or just brand's Instagram. And I think for me, it as well is like I see like it's the blink of the eye. I see if the brand does it fit to L'Officiel or it doesn't. It's the same with you as well, yes? You see the brand, or you like go and review all the brands that approach you, like, or you see, oh no, this brand is not gonna work for me, and you're like, how is it? Mikael?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, like, in the second, for sure, I know exactly where I'm going, which type of client fit with everything. But for sure, I can have a surprise. So for me, the way to approach, maybe especially when you approach people with social, because this is one of the things we use the most, through the email, sometimes it's not necessary to put a lot of things, just put your best. You know what I mean? Like if you have 10 looks, try to approach it with your 3 best pictures. Because we have a lot of emails. We can go like through all lookbooks, through all campaign, through all images. We cannot click to all link and everything. So for me, most of the time when my eyes I catch, I mean, in the moment I see one picture and boom, I want to go and I want to see and I want to discover. And I think it's not only me, it's all the stylists, like for sure. It's exactly because when we love something, or when something is trendy or something, we all want it. I mean, like Michaela, me, and all the stylists in the world. And the request came from all of us, and all the people are going crazy.
Actually, I remember this, like I was watching TV show, this Rachel Zoe, like long time ago. And I still remember that she was like, hunting for the only one pieces and everything like that. Do you have this game as well? Like
it's hard. You know, there's only one sample most of the time, and everybody wants it, and the magazines and all the stylists. So it can be competitive, for sure.
And how do you compete? Like what you do, or it's like the events?
I mean, you know, I think it depends on the events and who the client is, and the brand is going to prioritize what's important to them too. But I think it is important to echo what Mikael said. You know, we get a lot of emails, we get a lot of Instagrams, and we have only so many hours in the day. And if you are sending your best work, it's going to have the best success rate. I do think with emails, it's fine to attach a lookbook or something of that nature. And again, just remember, you know, something might not be right. We'll reach out when it is right. And it's okay to remind us that you're there and that maybe you have something new, maybe it's a new season or so forth. So don't be afraid.
Is it same for you? For me, when I get like many editorials per day, and when photographers send me editorials, those who are in, for example, in WeTransfer, and with no preview, I just delete.
Forget it. Well, we're kind of like market editors. I mean, stylists are essentially, we're like little mini magazines, you know, that we have the same volume of clothing coming in and out. And, you know, we are like you, working to discover new brands and so forth. So it's very similar to working with a market editor at a magazine, working with a stylist.
Yeah. So the next question, what are the criteria from which you choose a look for celebrity? It's like the event, or like, how do you choose? Like, I don't know, celebrity comes to you and then they say it's like event, I need the dress, or you dress for like every day, or how is it like? And
so everybody's different. Typically with celebrity, some stylists do street style. I don't. My clients don't need that with me. I primarily just do their appearances. So what happens is my client's publicist will let us know that they have a movie coming out or something worth promoting, or maybe they're presenting an award, or they're attending a red carpet as a guest, or whatever it might be. They have an appearance. And we will get the details of that. Sometimes we get very short notice. Sometimes we might have 24 hours to figure it out. Most of the time we'll have at least a week or two. But when it's part of a movie campaign, it's really important that you are establishing a narrative. And at least with me, I think it's all about storytelling. So I'll have a mood board, and I'll make sure that my client and the rest of the team, hair and makeup, and everybody is aligned as to what the vision is. And we really sort of stick to the garments that fit that mold. And you also have to take into account what your client might fit, because we're working with runway samples, and you know, how are these clothes sized, what season they are, what day are you fitting, and are they available? You know, there's so many different logistics, and of course, is it the right style? So there are a lot of different sort of steps along the way that determine. And then we have a fitting date, and everything will arrive before the fitting date, and we try on everything.
What would be the advices for the designers? Like, what are, I don't know, the sizings? I know myself that they are usually running quite small. So what would be very good advice for the designers? I don't know, either to send sizes, Michaela.
Well, it's important for the stylist to include what their client sizes are in the request.
Yeah.
The stylist's job is to include the fitting date, the list of events that you are fitting for, so the brands know what the clothes are being considered for, when the expected returns are, and any details. And typically we have to alter samples because they don't fit. You know, they are designed for the runway models, and celebrities aren't runway models. So sometimes they fit, sometimes they don't, but most of the time they require alterations. And it's important for the brand to also be realistic that, okay, if this doesn't fit, we will cover the cost of alterations, or okay, if this doesn't fit, perhaps you can produce one in the right size. Or, I mean, I think it's a broken model. I think that the whole concept of there just being these double zeros is really archaic, and I hope that there's time for change coming soon. But at least for now, it's what we're working with. But I think, again, having a dialogue with the stylist, because it's not worth it if the clothes aren't going to fit. You might as well not send, and you might as well send to somebody else. So really having a transparent conversation is important.
Okay, perfect. And Mikael, what's regarding your clients?
I think it's the same process. First of all, depends on the personality. Also, it's exactly the same process. I mean, all the clothes are from the runway. Most of the people don't fit those outfits. They need alteration, as she said. So if you really want to work with a celebrity or something, or like you want to create something, when you reach out to the stylist, you're going to have all the measurement, everything. More you have information, if you want a surprise, for example, you get the stylist last minute, you can analyze, try to find, because now you can find a lot of things. So if there are alterations after that, not that, there's like last minute things people can do. But I feel the first things for sure is to have a relationship, talk, try to prepare everything in amount, because like, I mean, between the moment the clothes are there and the event is probably during the fitting, most of the, especially now, everything goes so quick. We talk about before COVID, maybe now we're going to have, after that, we're going to have more time through the process of things coming. But before, everything was going so quick. So fitting, straight after you have like the event man, the red carpet or something. And I mean, like, you lose chance. The thing is, you're going to lose chance.
Is it good idea for the designer to send you, like, if you have chosen one dress and then they send maybe something more you even haven't chosen before? Is it, or it is better for designer to send exact piece you chose, and how is it?
So I think it's important to ask, because sometimes it's very helpful and other times it's just extra work for us. And it's like, we have so much clothing coming in and out that we are responsible for, and it's just extra work. It is, but there are times, there are exceptions to that. You know, there are times when it's incredibly helpful. And I think, again, if you have a dialogue, if you say, I'm including some extras, the stylist has an opportunity to say, no, please don't. Otherwise, feel free. You know, I think, again, having the communication and the open dialogue is really important. And also to offer sending extra fabric or to send things that have seam allowance in the seams is really helpful too. Again, alterations are huge. I don't really know anyone that doesn't have alterations.
Yeah, okay, we already touched this question now. Like, what's the like biggest mistakes designers are like doing when sending or communicating with celebrity stylists? Or you, Michaela, and
I think expecting things to work out the first time. I think listen, we're always going to do our best, and at the end of the day, only one dress is going to be worn, and we have a lot to try on, and you know, we're going to do our best. But there are lots of factors sometimes when things don't work out. But just because something might not work out, I think a lot of times brands can be discouraged, and it's just not a realistic expectation to have. I think it is important for new designers to be flexible and to be understanding and to ask for feedback when that happens, because we can share with them a lot of information as to why something didn't work that might better help them when they are producing their next collection or a sample set or whatever it might be. And information and knowledge is power. So again, I think it really is about establishing trust and a relationship with the stylist, and knowing that this takes time too.
Yeah. And Michael, did you have like any, when there is like something goes wrong completely, designers send you, or some mistakes they do? What's in your opinion?
I mean, the mistakes is never send a backup when it's not a first option. I mean, this is something like, I mean, we trust you. Like when we confirm something, we want this thing we confirm. If it's not in a box, I mean, it's a big problem for us. We don't even want to see something else because we were waiting for this. So like, this is for me one of the big mistakes.
So true.
Because you cannot convince us because we already think about this or work on this or have a vision or have prepared so much things around this. So like, it's going to be very terrible. And like, for sure, it's going to be a problem in this relationship. For sure.
100%. And actually, speaking of that, one other thing that has happened before that I think brands need to be aware of is if they have multiple sample sets, to not be sending them to different celebrities at the same time. You know, it really is important that you are managing your product carefully, because at least in the States, you don't want to wear something that somebody else has already worn and so forth. And sometimes there's this editorial samples and there's red carpet samples and so forth. But I really agree with what you said. If you confirm something, it better be in that box because we're counting on it. And because the chances of it working are probably much higher. Yeah.
Of Of course, yeah. So maybe you have some, Mikael, do you have some life hacks for stylists?
What do you say? I'm sorry.
Do you have some life hacks for stylists? To work with celebrities?
I mean, if always reach out to us. Like, I mean, the first thing always is that don't send your information, emails for me, your best pictures. I mean, through the time, I mean, you can also like understand what the mood or style of each type of stylist. I mean, because we all do it different things. So it's maybe, if you want to reach out to us, maybe like try to go to our inspiration, what we have done before, maybe to just try to catch our intention in a minute, because for sure, like we said before, we receive so much email, so much proposition, so much images in a moment. Like even in a day, I have so much unread mail, because sometimes I receive this like, don't send it like 10 times a day. Like give us like, even like we didn't answer, like give us a break in between, because we're going to see it the day we need it. We come back to you, because most of the time, because I'm sure Michaela, I don't know, I'm talking between, sometimes we keep this in the corner. Maybe we didn't answer, but we know we're going to get back to you for something, you know. That doesn't mean we don't want to work with you, or the idea is probably like on its way. You know, we probably talk to a client about it or something, but we're waiting for the right moment, like to contact you also, because we don't want also maybe to like deceive people. We know it costs money to send, to return and everything. So we're careful about that too, like most of the time when we're working. So we have to control also the entry, the return. So, I mean,
it's a lot.
It's a lot.
How big are your teams, Michaela? How big is your team?
In pre-COVID times, I had a team of 4, because I work between New York and LA and also Europe. But sometimes I'd even bring on additional freelancers or people just for extra hands and interns and that kind of thing, just to help get all the boxes in and the boxes out. And also just because of the volume of clients and requests. COVID's a little different. It's me and one other person, so I'm doing all the dirty work myself. You know, I'm like a FedEx facility with all the boxes. But no, I mean, I agree. I agree with what Mikael said. So yeah.
And Mikael, what's about you? How big is your team?
I mean, me too. I work with 2 people that we work all the time together. And most of the time, for sure, like before, it was like being there, going to Paris, after that New York, after that he sent you to Milan, after that he sent you to London. Now it's going like more easier, for sure. I mean, like I've interned like her before to return the box and everything, and now for sure I can do it, because the situation is absolutely different right now. But I mean, like, I wish we go back to this soon, for sure. And it's going to happen.
I believe too. So, and do you, like before COVID, did you fly with celebrities? Do you go to the like event place if you are, for example, in New York?
Sometimes. I mean, it depends on if there's budget for the studios to fly us or the event to fly, or if the client wants to fly us. It really, most of the time, truly, unless like it's a big award show, in which case I'll be there for, you know, the Oscars or Cannes or whatever. Most of the time you're giving the client the suitcase, and you know, their hair and makeup will zip them up, or their personal assistant will zip them up if they are not, you know, in the same city as you. Because with me, you know, my clients are on press tours. They'll go to Europe, they'll go to Asia, they'll go around the globe to promote a movie, and you know, they will have to find a way. So also sometimes, you know, things happen, and maybe the dress breaks, or maybe the weather changes, or, you know, it's too cold to wear something that was planned. And so just trust that the stylist is doing the best they can.
With how many luggages you always travel?
A lot. A lot.
Mikael, how about you? Do you fly with your...
Yeah, for sure. And when we talk about luggage, I mean, like, they're all part of glamorous, for sure, the dream, but we carry so much things.
Yeah.
See, it's like I can like count the pain in my hand and my feet because we carry so much things. Like how many luggage, and like we need to have in mind how to organize all of this, because like it's not you have 10 luggage. You need to, there's an order to open it, because like for sure it's gonna be a mess after that to open 10 luggages, then open 23 kilos of 10 luggages. So I mean, for sure it's very difficult. Like, but yeah, for sure, traveling was before traveling is cool. Going to the event, I mean, depend on the client. If they really depend on the client, they want us to come. They people when they're ready, they don't especially need us. So we find the balance.
Yeah. Okay. And okay, right now there are so many bloggers and blogger celebrities. Do you work with bloggers as well? And what do you think about working with bloggers? I see you both, and it's like okay, Michaela. Yeah,
I have. I presently am not. I have in the past, and I actually think it's really interesting. I wouldn't say bloggers. I would say influencer. And I'm very selective about who I work with, whether they are a celebrity or an influencer, because I have to be able to relate to them, and I have to be able to carry out their vision. We have to be in sync. So it really depends. I think that it's a whole new world. And again, if it's the right client for me, I will know. Okay,
and Mikael?
Exactly the same for me. I'm very careful on, I mean, like, we click or we not click. So like this, it's working and it starts working. So if it's good for me, or if I have an interest or something, because for sure our job is about discover clothes, talents, so influencer is something really new. So it's very cool. For the moment, me too, I don't have, I didn't get a chance to work with, I met some of them, but for the moment, we didn't get a chance to work together, but it's gonna happen for sure, because I think we have to, it's a new job. It's a new way to present yourself. It's a new way to work. So for sure, they're going bigger and bigger and bigger. But it's also a match, because influencers already create themselves. The thing is, we have different codes. We need to understand each other and match, because for sure, most of the, I mean, like, they not like when we took people in development, they expect something from us. So it's more easier. Those people are arriving and they already built something by themselves. So it's really difficult to them, I feel, to depend on where they want to go. When we know where they want to go, we know if it works for us or not.
Okay, time passes so quickly. At the end, I wanted to ask you, I'm sure that so many people will now approach you. The question is, for example, Michaela, you said that there is, you don't like street styles.
It's not that I don't like it. My clients just don't necessarily need it. It depends.
Yeah.
Sorry.
So the designer should approach you mostly with what? Is it like gowns or what kind of?
No. So actually, yes. One important thing that people don't realize is that on a press tour, that's what it's called when a celebrity is traveling to promote a movie or attend a red carpet. On their press tour, there's multiple appearances. Most of those appearances are daytime events. There is one movie premiere per city, or maybe one movie premiere for the whole movie. Most of what they need is cocktail or daytime. So while I don't do street style, I do work with, ready to wear, day wear, most frequently. And also, you know, when a stylist is working with a celebrity, they're also doing all their editorial, they're doing all their advertising. There are so many other projects beyond just the red carpets specifically that we work across. So there are lots of different mediums. Yeah.
And Mikhail, for you, it's this.
I mean, like for sure, I mean, the term street style is really trendy also because we do like day outfit. In fact, like day outfit became street style. So I mean, like for sure, we trend, so it became street style. But it's like for me, it's like day outfits. So there's like no difference between maybe it's two like expression, one more trendy, one maybe more professional.
Okay.
So I mean, we for sure all those day outfits. It's what people I feel. This is what bring also is the image of the client, but it's also what helps brands to like sell because most of the outfit we use on red carpet are maybe unaffordable for a lot of people. So like all these day outfit are really, I feel are really important and I love it and I love to work on it. I love also to change codes on how to present yourself, but also it depends on the people. Depend of the client, depend of the moment, because like I mean, people say street style. Are you going to Cannes? You go out of the Martinez just to go to an event and they shoot you like quickly. They call it street style.
Yeah.
But it's a day outfit just to go to dates.
Okay, guys. I'm so sorry to say, but we ran out of the time, and I was so super happy to meet you both. And thank you for, and I'm wishing you all the celebrities you want to get.
Thank you.
So we wish you a wonderful, I think, evening and morning, and hope to see you. I don't know,
Thank
Paris,
you so much.
Miami, New York, but
definitely.
let's meet one day. Okay, guys.
Happy holidays. Thank you.
Happy holidays. Bye. Happy holidays. Bye, guys.
Bye, guys.
Bye.
Hi everybody, my name is Andrea Selvi. Thank you for the invitations. I'm the buying manager for the men's categories at Luisa Via Roma, which is a concept store based in Florence in Italy. We are one of the key players online since we launched 20 years ago on the online platforms, and we're growing very quickly. So now 95% of our business is online, but we have a fantastic stores still in Florence. This century will create a new approach to the fashion system. Gen Z, born after 99, and Gen Alpha, born only 10 years ago, will become the biggest part of the fashion consumer. They are digital native, but very conscious about the climate change, which means that for them, sustainability will be mandatory for the fashion sector. Young brands will be obliged during the creation process to consider those two major factors. Online will be increased faster than brick-and-mortar stores, this is sure, which means that a product online should be very strong in terms of visual. They have to work on the shooting, on video, and even interaction to better understand the product. On the other side, ethical collection will be very important, so organic, eco-friendly upcycling will be a key part for the customers. A lot of brands, even with female name, launched their menswear collection. Men's market was growing before the pandemic faster than women's, for sure. There are two different approaches to me on the menswear, but it's depending who is your final customers. Men between 35 and 50 years old search for more timeless pieces and high quality product. They can spend more money for an item. It is sure that they can use it and for a long period. Younger customers are acting like serial shopper. They know the brands, they follow on social media, and they are keen to find the special collabs or exclusive product. Quality is not a real characteristic for them. They search, but they are more conscious about sustainability. Genderless is an important trend, and we receive more and more lookbooks with girls and boys wearing the same clothes. Brands like Fear of God, Cool TM, Random Identities already showed this a couple of seasons ago. But I think it's easier for women to borrow men's clothing than the opposite. So maybe we have to wait a little bit more to see men wearing women's dresses.